Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Thursday, September 18th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We turned the day around. It was a rough start, but we turned it around. Solid day in the end. Not good enough. 9-6 plus 1.92 units, but solid day in the end. There was 2 spots yesterday that were extremely important to my day. And I just want to touch on the psychology behind them because they, now obviously looking back, it wins, hindsight's 2020 and all that. But want to talk about a couple spots here and then give everybody a shout and say what up to everybody. But the two spots that really, really, really got my attention were the Tampa Bay Rays first 5 plus a half. I went 4-0 on my first 5 plus a half yesterday. They saved the day. And the Rays were going up against Gossman, who had just thrown a complete game shutout. He's pitching phenomenally well. The Jays had won 5 straight games. We had Ian Seymour pitching for the Rays, a kid we don't know much about. And the market was moving towards the Rays, but it was the first 5 plus a half market that was insane. It was minus 131 offshore. It was minus 140 at Bet365. An insane price to fade the Blue Jays, who'd won 5 straight in Gossman. Why is it so expensive? And I am gravitating towards these spots that are so expensive. Last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm on the Rays money line at plus money. I've said this often, and it really, to me, relates to the National Hockey League. But I said, never turn a dog into a favorite. But it is working in MLB. It is working so heavily. Why on earth, with Ian Seymour on the mound against Gossman, would the Rays be so expensive first 5 minus half? Now, the total has gone from 8.5 to 7.5, so there was implied low volatility. That was insane. Same thing with the Kansas City Royals first 5. An insane price. They're going up against the Mariners team that's won 10 straight games. You have a pitcher on the mound for the Royals with an ERA over 5. And yet the first 5 price was minus 135. And that was at 365. It was minus 141 at the Sharp Books offshore. Against a team that's won 10 straight games, you want certain spots to be expensive because the books are giving you information. And those 2 spots were easy cash moves. Easy cash scores. So the day went fine. I was so angry during it. Chicago-Pittsburgh first 3 under 2.5 lost. Chicago-Pittsburgh full game under 8 lost. Pittsburgh first 5 plus a half cashed. Baltimore-Chicago White Sox Nerfy lost. Baltimore-Chicago White Sox first 3 under 2.5 cashed. Cleveland first 5 plus a half cashed. Athletics team total over 3.5 cashed. Washington first 5 plus a half cashed. Atlanta-Washington over 8.5 cashed. Also moved live on them at 3.5. Bottom of the 5th over 3.5 minus 125. Crazy. Tampa Bay first 5 plus a half cashed. KC first 5 cashed. Then Texas Houston first 3 under 2 lost. Texas minus 131 lost. And Colorado plus 141 lost. And if I had have bet Colorado first 5 plus a half, like I did with all those other dogs, I'd be sitting here with a really strong day. So very interesting. And then the Mercury, the line opens up against the defending champions at minus 2.5. So the whole world bets them. And then we watch the market move in their direction, which part of it was to do with Stewie. But how often are we seeing that? A line that doesn't make sense, the public hammering it, the line moving in their favor, so they get CLV, steam chasers roll on, and they lose by 26 points. These are very, very important angles that we must utilize. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. It's my dude's birthday. Happy birthday to my dude. Man, he's a lot of fun to cap with. Brings so much positive energy each day. Brings his angles. What a great, great guy. My dude's birthday today. Shout out to our guy, my dude. Also, shout out to our gold members. They're keeping this channel alive. Justin McKelvey, MMA Mad Hatter, Gorky, Crystal, Craig, Chris Boggin. Thank you, guys. Truly thank you. And thank you to all our silver members. And thank you to all our channel members. Thank you, guys, for supporting us here. And I promise you, before NBA and NHL gets here, our Discord is going to be popping. if it's the last thing I do, I promise you it is going to be popping. I will be in there every day. I'm pushing others to be in there. All the people who are part of Pub Sports Radio, I'm pushing them to be there. I promise our Discord is going to start popping off like old times. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. We got Justin McKelvey who'll be joining us today. Stacks play today. Langoliers over 1.5 bases minus 105. And the Dream team total over 80.5 at minus 120. There's the truth teller in the house. The goon collector says the line is telling me I have to take the Orioles, but everything else damn near tells me it's a Yankee spot. Pig milk play of the day. Rice double result at plus 150. And that game was broken down by Gorky and Peter Loshak on Tuesday. That's available on our homepage. We have a ton of action here today, so we're not individually breaking down that game. And thinking about it now, I probably should have every Thursday and Friday game broken down here on the channel. And that probably was short-sighted. We got Just My 2 Cents in the house. Irish King, Woo Rizza, ready to get to work. And look at that, 6-1 for Irish King yesterday. Talk Sports with JT in the house. Michael Johnson wanting to talk the Sooner Boomer versus Auburn. Huge game. We have two different cappers coming up here talking college football. We're going to start with MLB with Bobano, though. We're going to get right into MLB right now. Thank you guys all for joining us. We got Top Set in the house, Mr. Tomatoes, Philly Eagle Flyer, Lucas Ryan, Mike Wilkerson, Kong's Clips, Von Polo, Wine Time Sports, AM, Giants Moneyline Cash. I say the win streak ends here. One of his angles that he's working on, doing great stuff in the chat. Lex Steele in the house, Mike Wilkerson. We have Jacqueline rolling with us. Beetle Ladybug, great to see you. Jacqueline Sky, great to see you. Jimmy Teefus, the sports investor, a great group. Thank you guys for joining us. Super True Story. Luke Warrock, Will Johnson, Philly Eagle Flyer, Tariq B, MJ Faltz, Jermaine, MMA Mad Hatter. Thank you for being a gold member. It means a ton to us. Thank you guys for being here. Gorky in the house, Nate Cerna, Mark Kell, Rich H. What a great group. Thankful to cap with you. Let's get to work right away. Turnbuckle Tommy. Let's do this, though. Let's say happy birthday to our guy, my dude, and let's get this show started by shouting out Billy Friedrich and the pig milk play today. It is Rice double result. Lucas Ryan says, this is crazy. I've never had my local in such a headlock so far ahead of In-N-Out Day. I can tell you, Lucas, just, I was in that situation on Friday. I received a nice sum of cash, and I went on a bad run. And I started changing it yesterday. But, just live every day as if it's your last. Live every day as if, everything's on the line. Don't think about how much you're up. Pretend you're at zero today, but I love hearing you have them in a headlock. Let's get to work. Johnny Redbeard in the house. I love to see you, Johnny Redbeard. JRB, old school low bagger. Let's bring on the star of Thursdays here. Also the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel that we are all big fans of. And soon NBA and NHL is coming, which means NBA OG show. And the Ice Guys, please welcome our friend from Canada's Black and Yellow, Steel Town, Ian Cameron. How are you, my man?
I'm good, Jimmy. Lots of stuff going on here on a Thursday.
Yes, it is a packed day, so let's get right to work because we need to take advantage of every second. Bobano is rocking with us. DC Capper, Roy Belma is coming to us from Hawaii. It is great to see all of you. We start at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to cap these 4 baseball games that start 3 at 1:10, 1 at 1:35, and then we're going to go into best bets for CFL and NCAA football. We have the Cleveland Guardians, 80-71, 39-37 on the road at the Detroit Tigers, 85-67, 46-31 at home. We're at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. It is in Detroit, 81 Fahrenheit, feels like 85, 2.5 miles per hour out to left center. The wind's all over the place, starts blowing out to right, starts going left to right, but it's light, nothing to worry about. Ballpark Pal, let's take a look and see how Ballpark Pal has this rated. We have here Comerica Park plus 8% overall. It's minus 1% homers, plus 3% doubles and triples, and plus 10% singles. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Tigers and Tariq Skubal. Again, we are using BOL for line shopping today. That may change. The site that the offshore that I usually use is not available for line movements since Monday morning. They have stale lines. So we're just going to focus here on BOL. Open up minus 200, now minus 225, a 25-cent move towards Tariq Skubal and the Detroit Tigers. To touch on that just a little bit more, this wasn't moving until an hour and 6 minutes ago. Remember, this line came out at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. And there's so many different ways to look at late steam, and we don't have time to debate it right now. From a total side of things here, we have a 7, very, very low. But that's exactly where it opened. It opened over 7 minus 115. It started getting bet to the over. There was a 9-cent move to the over, and then it came back. So it's still a 5-cent move towards the over 7. Let's talk about the cash flow here for our first game on the board. We have 55% of the tickets and 67% of the cash on the Detroit Tigers. We have 78% of tickets on the under, but just 68% of cash on that very under. Tanner Bybee, 10 and 11, 4.44 ERA, 1.24 whip, 170 and a third, 149 Ks, 50 walks. His last start was a thing of absolute beauty. I remember it very well because my close personal friend Martin Perez was screwed over by the beautiful start by Tanner Bybee. 9 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 10 Ks, no walks. Now, this is a similar situation that Gossman was in, and he still pitched well in the next start yesterday, but we did cash the Rays first 5 plus a half. On the road, Bybee has not been good this year. 54 earned runs over 89 and 2/3. Remember, that last start was at home. 19 home runs he's allowed on the road. Just 8 at home. Lefties, righties splits are very even. And then the great Tariq Skubal coming off a poor performance in Miami. An 8-2 loss. He went 3 1/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, 2 homers, 2 Ks. He's been stellar this year. 2.26 ERA, 0.96 whip. At home, he's only allowed 23 earned runs in 15 starts. 23 earned runs over 95 1/3 with just 67 hits. Splits are phenomenal. Guardians aren't hitting lefties. 211, 641 last 30 days, but the Tigers aren't hitting righties. 226, 684. Guardians bullpen has been playing very well despite losing Clase, and the Tigers bullpen has been okay. Here we go, Bobano. Game 1. Guardians, Tigers. Take it away.
I bet Cleveland, but I'm not making it official. It's just a very small bet, but I thought I'm going to ride the hot hand that is the Guardians. I am worried enough about Bybee coming off a complete game. I think maybe his most pitches thrown this season, 103. In his last start, I'm a bit concerned. I have no problem taking a shot, though, with Cleveland at this price. I mean, Detroit's not hitting. Detroit's bullpen's got problems. Skubal has dominated Cleveland. I totally get that he is obviously not giving up a run in 2 starts this year to the Detroit Tigers, to the Cleveland Guardians. That being said, Tanner Bybee's 3-0 in his career against Detroit. So I get it. He's the stopper. This is your ace. This is the guy that usually is going to stop losing streaks and bump slides and all that. They're overpriced. They're not playing good. Cleveland is. I'll take a small shot. Not official play for the show, but I am on a small Cleveland bet here. Plus, I got plus 200 on it.
Last 2 starts for Tariq at home. He is not allowed a run. Yeah. But I'm honestly... I'm not that interested in trying to get under this tiny total, and I usually am. It doesn't appeal to me too much. Let's just take a quick look at price difference and take a look at how expensive the first 3 under should be. The first 3 under should be at plus 105. The first 3 under 1.5 should be at plus 105 in this market. Having a because I'm not logged in. Let me just log in here. God, 365 has been just acting up for everybody over the last 3 weeks or so. But that's what it should be. So let's just take a look and see if it is. Even if it is, it's not going to appeal to me. It is just very important, I think, to predict prices. And so let's just see very quickly here. The first 3, which we expect will be plus 105, is not quite there. It's close because the under 2.5 is minus 165. So it's very close to that. In Turnbuckle Thomas,
real panic in Detroit if they don't win today. I'll say that right now.
It's getting tight all of a sudden.
It is, yeah.
It is a playoff type game, but Bybee, after being spectacular, I mean, is Skubal dealing with some issues? Goon Collector looking at the under 7. for him the total dropped from 7.5 to 7. It certainly didn't offshore, but it maybe at the public books it did. It certainly did not offshore. This opened up at 7 at all of those sharp offshores. Yeah, it doesn't really appeal to me. The thing that is a surprise though is this first 3. I think it's telling. It's really telling because Bobano can get a first 3 under 2 at minus 115 or so. Where, when we have a 7 with Skeens on the mound and we know they're going to shove, it's an under 1.5 at plus 105. This under 1.5 is plus 140, Bobano. That's it. That's a big score for people going under the first 3 under 1.5. And it doesn't quite make sense to me. Now, again, it is important. It is important to mention that the Jays under yesterday, when it went from 8.5 to 7.5, stayed at first 3 under 2.5 at minus 120. While all the other 7.5s or 8s had their first 3 under 2.5 at minus 160, I stayed off of it because of it. I thought maybe Gossman was vulnerable because of it, and that was a wrong read. The first 5 plus 1 can be built around minus 105, but I have the same concern about Bybee. I understand this is a playoff type game. I'm still hesitant to try to get under this. Are you surprised they're giving you a first 3 under 2 at minus 115? And then we'll move on. Does that surprise you? It surprises me, Boban. Does it surprise you?
Anything that price with Scooble on the mound is a bit surprising. It makes you raise your eyebrows a little bit, say, what's up? What's going on here? But obviously, we're talking about a guy that shut out Cleveland in 2 starts this year. So how many runs do we really expect him to give up? And, he hasn't given up one single run in 2 performances against Detroit, against Cleveland. That being said, Bybee's got good numbers in the past against Detroit for the most part. He's pitched well against this Tigers team. I know there's road issues. I know there's consistency problems we've seen from him this year, but he has certainly fared well when he's taken on the Tigers. So a low-scoring start would not surprise.
I will cheer you on, Goon Collector, and we'll never hold another man's hand. Let's roll on. 1:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the San Diego Padres, 83-69, 36-41 on the road at the New York Mets, 78-74, 47-30 at home. We're at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Take a look at the weather here in New York. It is 79 Fahrenheit, feels like 83, 3.9 miles per hour left to right across the diamond, between 3.9 and 4.2. Can't wait to hear your breakdown of Jonah Tong here, Ian. A very highly thought of pitcher out of Newmarket, right? He's right near here, right?
Fellow countryman, it's absolutely, yep.
About 20 minutes away here. This total is a 9. It's minus 114 to the over. This opened up at even money to the over, a 14-cent move towards the over. On the money line here, we have the Rays at minus 138. Excuse me, the Mets at minus 138. They opened up minus 112. Very big move towards Jonah Tong, and a move that we must take seriously. We must. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 67% of the tickets and 78% of cash on the Padres. Very interesting. Line moving against them. Clearly the Mets are the sharp move, but you have to believe that Jonah Tong is capable of pitching at the major league level at this young of an age. 60% of the tickets on the over and 85% of cash on the over. I mean, this is not double A. Let's get to the X's and O's here. Vasquez, a pitcher who just can't get strikeouts, but gets soft contact, coming off a 2-0 win at home versus the Rockies. That was a little better than it looks because it was the second time he saw the Rockies in back-to-back starts. On the road this year, he has been good, 58 hits and 60 innings. He's been good all year. He's been better than I expected. And we know what hurts Vasquez. And the issue, I'm almost hesitant to say it because he gets hit by left-handed bats. And I have, had him in a situation where he's going up against 6 or 7 left-handed bats, and I've lost that bet, which doesn't really make sense. Look at the left-handed bats here. You got Frankie Lindor, who will be hitting switch from the left-hand side, Juan Soto, the lefty, Nemo, a lefty, McNeil, Beatty, Mullins. The Mets lineup knows what it's doing. Jonah Tong here, 1-2, 8.49 ERA, 1.71 whip, and 11 2/3. We've seen him in 3 starts. So August 29th, His first start in Major League Baseball, he allowed 1 earned run. He allowed 4 runs altogether, but 1 earned. Didn't walk a batter, struck out 6. Had an enormous lead right away. You know, it was a pressure-free situation. They won 19-9. Then his second start was at Cincinnati, and it was quite good. He did allow 3 home runs, but he allowed 4 earned runs over 6 innings. It was quite good. And then came the loss last out to the Rangers. Only makes it through 2/3 of an inning, allows 6 earned runs, 1 K, and 3 walks. The toughest thing to do in our industry is always put a line through something that you witnessed. Put a line through it. Didn't happen. It's a very difficult thing. He is shutting down lefties, and righties are annihilating him. Righties are hitting 370 with a 1.229 OPS, and we have Tatis, Machado, Laureano, and Furman. That's it. 4 righties in the lineup. I mean, that's got to be part of this angle, that the splits work great for Jonah Tong and very poorly for Vasquez. Padres are hitting righties 265, 765, but nobody's smashing righties like the Mets, 281, 867. And the Padres bullpen's been elite all season long, being good the last 30 days. Mets bullpen, 5.11 ERA last 30 days has been a problem. Ian Cameron, Padres, Mets.
Yeah, I like the over here. I think there's going to be runs. I love Tong long term. I think he's going to be fine long term, but I think they've rushed him. I mean, 7 walks in the last 2 starts, that's not major league caliber control. You know, and that's a big problem right now for Tong. He's walking too many batters. He gave up the 3 homers against Cincinnati, 10 runs, 7 hits in the last 6.2 innings against the Reds and the Rangers. Very ugly results for him. Like I said, I definitely think that I got to see more before I'm ready to buy in. I don't trust Vasquez, though, either. Vasquez has a worse road ERA, 4.09. It's a lineup that should, in theory, based on the splits, based on the numbers, a Mets lineup that in theory should have success against Vasquez here in the past in this game. He doesn't pitch deep anyway. I like the Padres back end of the bullpen with Morillon and Mason Miller and company's outstanding. I don't love their middle relief nearly as much, so I think the Mets can get into that a little bit. And then on the flip side, like, you're not going to get any length out of Tong. Tong's going to go 5 innings if you're lucky. Here in this game, and you're going to see a horrible Mets bullpen outside of Diaz. Diaz has had a pretty good season, but outside of that, the Mets bullpen has been poor. 2 games in this series have gone over. 4 straight San Diego games have gone over. 6-2 to the over in the Mets' last 8 games. 3 straight games at Citi Field between these 2 teams have flown way over the total. For some reason, Padres, Mets at Citi Field, there's runs. I don't trust either pitcher. So yeah, over 9 for me here, minus 110.
Over 9 for Ian at minus 110. So I feel like I must bet the first 5 minus a half on the Mets, because I don't want it to come down to a bullpen game. And it's an expensive money line. I would have to take the -1. I think what's baked into this first 5 line is not just the pitchers who are starting. It's also the fact that the Padres bullpen is quite a bit better than the Mets bullpen. Yep. So I don't think I should get too caught up in the price difference, but I like it. -140 to -155.
Oh, if you're going to take the Mets, please take first 5. You don't want to be dealing with this bullpen if you can avoid it.
Yeah, I agree. And we have cappers in the chat here moving on the Mets. And I like that price difference very much, Coin, but I do think it's the bullpen's baked into it, unfortunately. There's Steve G in the house, so I'm going to move on the Mets first 5 minus a half, which is a bet I've been trying not to make. I've only been making 1 a week, though, which is great. And again, first 5 plus a half, 4-0. The TJ special, 4-0 yesterday. Brandon Cummings in the house. Great to see you. Sky says Vasquez just had a 4-hit shutout, and Tong had an awful game, and Mets are favored. Lines going up. Padres plus money seems free. You know how this goes. Yeah, I'm right with you guys. BJ says -112 to -138 with reverse line movement. We know what must be done here. Okay, and Mally Mouse says, why is Padres team total over plus money as the road team? Huge red flag. Okay, I'm in. I haven't bet it yet, but I will bet it here when I can. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Bobano, Blue Jays, Rays, George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. And here's our first spot where we have our guests that are coming in after Ian are making official moves. TJ is on Toronto, Tampa Bay, first 5 over 4 at -105. Spooner is on the Blue Jays money line at -125. let's get into the weather here. We know what the weather generally does at this time in Tampa. It's not doing it today, and it wasn't doing it last night. It was immediately blowing in. So it's odd. So it's blowing in right now at 1 p.m. when it's almost always blowing out. 6 miles per hour in, gets up to 6.5, dies to 5.9, 85 Fahrenheit, feels like 87. Ballpark Pal has George M. Steinbrenner Field plus 3%. Look at that. That's the lowest number it's been in a 1 p.m. game all season that I've capped. Plus 3%. Wow. It's plus 13% homers, plus 6% doubles and triples, and minus 5% singles. Wow. Very, very interesting. There's our guy AOD and now serious business. Black Thor King. Black Thor King says rolling with the over here. Heavy. Ty Clinton in the house. Great to have all of you guys here. Nasty Nate. Tariq B said he took the under 8. It is at 7.5 now. You have Chris Bassett and Shane Boz. I said to myself, if this market indicates that Boz is going to have a good start, what the hell am I going to do? Because I was in this situation last week. I lost money in the 6-4 loss at the Cubs. I was on unders. It was a shitty way to start the day. And I've been thinking, what am I going to do? And I'm going to, base it a lot on the chat and Bobano here. The Rays are at plus 113. They're at plus 113. They opened up at plus 107, been bouncing all over the place. It's a slight move to the Jays from minus 118 to minus 125. From a total standpoint here, we have a 7.5, and it's juiced to the under. This opened up at 8.5 at 2:45 p.m. You could have got the 8.5 until 10 p.m. Moved to 8, and then now a 7.5. Wow, that is a big move to the under. Almost exactly. It's not quite exactly the same. The yesterday's 8.5 down to 7.5 happened faster, but a similar move here. Let's go to the cash flow for this one. We have 58% of the tickets on the Jays and 55% of the cash on the Rays. 63% of tickets on the under, 56% cash on the under. I look at this and think, who in their right mind would want the Rays with Shane Boz the way he's pitching? And so I think that the line is probably right. The Rays are 39-38 at home. Jays are 39-38 on the road. Jays have a better pitcher on the mound, and that is the slight difference in the price. The Jays are hitting righties at almost the exact same rate the Rays are. These bullpens have the exact same earned run average over the last 30 days. So what's the issue? Well, we'll talk about the only issue here that I know of for sure is that Bassett gets rocked by left-handed pitching and shuts down left-handed hitting and shuts down right-handed hitting. So we'll take a quick look at these lineups and see how many lefties the Rays are throwing out there. And there's two righties in the lineup. It is all left-handed bats. And so now the question is, do you have the balls to trust Shane Boz when he's given us no reason to trust him? 15 home starts, he's allowed 54 in runs. Opponent's hitting 278 against him. He's allowed 18 home runs at home and only 8 on the road. That is the $1 million question here. Or for me, a $250 question. Can I trust Shane Boz? Bobano, take it away. I
can't. I don't trust him. I think he's. I love how this sets up for the Blue Jays too. I know Spooner. What did he like? Blue Jays money line, and then TJ like first 5 over. How about we do a fusion of the two? Because what I like here is Blue Jays team total over 3.5. That is what I'm going with. I'd still worry a bit about the lefty bats for Tampa. I worry about Bassett on the road, who hasn't been nearly as good as he's been at Rogers Center. So I'm taking that out of the equation. I'm just focusing on the Jays getting to 4 runs, which I think they can very capably do. Not to mention they're coming off getting shut down 1 run last night against Seymour. I think it's a nice spot for them. How many times have we seen this lineup bounce back after they get shut down? So, I think they have a capability of doing that. Not to mention they've been a very good day game team, the Toronto Blue Jays. They really have done well in these afternoon spots, especially off a loss the night before. So I like the way the spot sets up for the Jays. Now, the reason I took team total instead of money line is because I'm not sure what we're going to get out of Bassett. His issues at times on the road still bother me. And that's going to be why, I'm going to go the team total route with the Jays, where they score 4 runs and I don't have to worry about whether they win the game or not. Not to mention, the Rays are probably going to have to dig in more into their bullpen today, and that could be a problem because their middle relief is much weaker than Toronto's is. So I think the Jays can get 4 runs here, over 3.5 at minus 130.
Over 3.5 at -130. And thank you for talking about Bassett on the road. That somehow blew past this. 281 opponents batting average. He's had 14 starts. He's pitched in 15 games. He's allowed 44 earned runs in 73 innings. I mean, the first 5 line is no different than the full game line. Mally Mouse Bassett has been more solid in September. And let's just take a quick look at that very, very quickly, and then move on to our final spot on the afternoon slate before we get into best bets in CFL and college football. But Bassett can do, Bassett's a guy that you trust in September, and he looked good at Yankee Stadium, and he looked good at Cincinnati, and he looked good at Pittsburgh. He's been quite a bit better on the road over the last little while. I find it very, very difficult to trust Boz here. And we also have, look at these lineups. The Yankees lineup can't send out all lefties. They got big, giant right-handed bats. Reds lineup is the same. I mean, Pittsburgh just sucks. Okay, well, I mean, very quickly, we trust the Rays brass implicitly. They got rid of Taj Bradley, and we're like, okay, well, I guess he's not going to have a career, basically. But they've kept Boz, who had worse
and he
numbers.
Just got his ass kicked last night by the Yankees, so there's the proof.
And they have worse numbers, and Boz has worse numbers. So if Boz was to shove here, there'd be no surprise, would there? All right. Well, I'm close to the Rays' first 5 here. I can totally understand the first 5 over here. I'm hesitant to bet it just because of a very strange weather day. Bassett pitching better against on the road, but I think how do we not get to 4? I guess when it comes down to it, it'd be Rays' first 5 and the first 5 over. Okay, I'm going to need a little bit more time. Nate Cerna says, I think Bassett understands the gravity of this game.
I actually think it's an over spot, but the concern is I don't know if Tampa's going to help out a lot, and I don't like the wind conditions. I don't. This is as strongly as I've seen the wind blowing in this little ballpark in a long time.
At a 1:00 game, we haven't seen. I don't know if we've seen it all year.
Yeah,
it's a fascinating situation here. Sky saying bounce back from Boz. Jay's bat's cold and will continue tonight.
Yeah, they haven't been crushing the middle game of this series. They did. The Jays got their bats going against Pepio. Didn't have a good start a couple of nights ago. They got their bats going a little bit that night, but yeah, they were shut down on the Monday game, and then last night didn't do a whole lot. 4 hits is all they had.
Okay, so we have 32 minutes before these games get going here. Let's talk about the one afternoon game, and then we're going into very quick hits for CFL and college football. 1:35 p.m. Eastern. Spooner has made official the Athletics money line at +130. I thought TJ's breakdown yesterday on the Athletics team total over was a thing of absolute beauty. He found the exact angle that we didn't question, because there was questions around every single other angle in the game, and that was an angle that we didn't question. And I thought it was a absolutely beautiful breakdown from our friend TJ. Athletics 71-81, 38-39 on the road. Boston Red Sox 83-69, 46-31 at home. We're at Fenway Park in Boston. Let's take a look at the weather here in Boston. We have 74 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 2.4 miles per hour to center, gets up to 4 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pal expectation here at Fenway. It's very offensive. +20% overall, +2% homers, +22% doubles and triples, and +13% singles. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the total at 9. It's -115 to the under. Opened up -102 to the under. We've had a 13-cent move towards the under. Let's get into the money line here. From a money line standpoint, we have the Athletics sitting at +130. They opened up at +149. They got down to +123 before there was buyback. So the expectation here is clearly that JT Ginn is going to have a good start here. And he's coming off a 3-0 win at home versus the Reds. He's starting to pitch much better. And his problems have been at home. They haven't been on the road. On the road, he's pitched in 9 games. He started 6. He's thrown 37 innings. He's allowed 13 earned runs. That's not bad. Points hitting .237 against him. He's only allowed 4 home runs on the road. He's allowed 12 at home. Going up against Brian Bayo, coming off 5-3 loss at home to the Yankees. 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks. At home, he's been okay. Okay. He's been good, a little better on the road. His splits are very good, and we know what's the issue with Ginn. Ginn is predictable. Lefties destroy him, and righties can't touch him. So look at this lineup. You have Duran, but then Story and Bregman, righty. Then Yoshida and Lowe, then Wong, and then Hamilton, Wong a righty, and then Hamilton. So you only have 4 lefties. This bodes well for Ginn. It bodes really well for him. Athletics versus righties, last 30 days, 264, 782 OPS. Red Sox versus righties, 266, 760 OPS. Athletics bullpen being phenomenal. Best in MLB last 30 days, 2.57 ERA. Red Sox bullpen's in playoff mode, 3.26 ERA. Take it away, my man, Bobano. This is the last MLB game we're going to break down before we have Spooner and TJ joining us. Take it away, Athletics Red Sox.
Yeah, this is, I had the over 8.5 with these two teams last night, and it got there barely, but we cashed that ticket there with the over. We didn't like Barnett, the pitcher for the A's, and we figured the A's offense could do enough. You look at this game. I think I've been on this show before with Ginn. I think I backed the A's in a day game with Ginn earlier this year on this. I know I did. I'm trying to think when it was. Oh, I know when it was. It was August 20th. It was against Minnesota when the Twins were absolutely terrible. Ginn was on the mound. It was a Thursday afternoon, and the A's won that game. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I remember being on this show saying I liked the A's and I like Ginn. And Ginn, I mentioned probably that day is he's been much better on the road, and he has 3.16 ERA away from home. The long ball's not hurting him like it has at home. Good results away from home. You look at the 4-1, the Athletics in Ginn's last 5 starts. So that's all very good to see that. Now, Bayo, Boston's 4-1 in his last 5 starts, but I don't know. I'm kind of seeing Bayo, things go in the negative direction with him. He's given up 10 runs in his last 16 innings. That's not great. He's given up 7 walks in his last 16 innings over those 3 starts. That's not great. His walks are going up. His strikeouts have gone down just a little bit. So there's a few concerning peripherals here that I'm seeing with the recent form of Brian Bayo compared to what we saw earlier this year. I took the A's. I bet the A's earlier today, part of the card for me in MLB. I was debating whether I'd give it out on the show. I'm going to give it out. I like it. I like Ginn on the road. I've had success backing Ginn on the road. I will take the A's here, plus 130.
We have the corner of Spooner and Bobano Boulevard, both gentlemen on the A's. Bobano on
this
the
Boston team, I'm telling you, I've watched the last week or so, they've been lacking some clutch hitting. And actually, that's been an issue for them at times the last month where they have guys on second and third, first and second. They don't get that big hit. And that's been concerning a little bit for me of late. And, the A's, by the way, they're playing some very competitive, feisty baseball here down the stretch. Look at what they did to Cincy over the weekend. Cincy needed that game like those games like oxygen for their faint wild card hopes, and the A's swept them out there in Sacramento. So A's are playing hard down the stretch, playing competitive, and they might be live here.
60% of the tickets, 63% of the cash on Boston, 60% of the tickets on the over, 64% of cash on the over. TJ making the A's official as well. All 3 gentlemen on the A's. I'm going to take a closer look on the A's, but we don't have time for me to hem and haw. I am going to move now, and I may move on the A's. I just want to study it a little bit longer. That game doesn't start out. I don't need to put it out in this initial action, but I'd like to. I am moving on the Mets first 5 -1/2. I'm moving on the Rays first 5, and I'm moving on the first 5 over those in that Rays game. That will be my action. We have, again, for afternoon action here, we have nothing from us, all of us on Cleveland, Detroit. Then we have the over 9 in San Diego, New York Mets from a Bobano. Here we go. Sorry, but I left my ringer on. I apologize. I needed to charge it up so that I could live bet, and I've screwed it all up. So I'll turn that off in a second. I'm going to be on the Mets first 5 -1/2. Then we have the first 5 over for TJ in Toronto, Tampa. Spooner on the Blue Jays. Bobano on the Jays. Team total over 3.5. I'm going to be on the Rays first 5 and the first 5 over. Then we have Spooner, Bobano, and TJ all on the Athletics. Let's quickly roll into CFL. These are just very quick hits because we do want to have a few extra minutes for the best bets for Bobano in college football. So let's roll into it right away here. Alouettes Argonauts. Arbuckle out. Line moving very quickly towards the Argonauts. I'll set up all these lines here for our next game. And after Bobano is done giving us his pick here, if he's moving on it, take it away for us here, Ian. Argonauts, Bobano, and I've got the lines up, so why don't I give it to you right now? Looks like there's been a move back to Toronto, a slight one, because I did see this at a 7. This went from 5.5 to 6 to 6.5, and then back to 6. Now the line I'm looking at came out late. They came out with the knowledge that Arbuckle would be out. This line was available much earlier at 365 in other books when it was in question. The total here for this one is a 50.5. It is where it opened. We'll be breaking this game down fully tomorrow with Gorky. We're just hearing best bets from Bobano. Take it away.
This is a Jimmy special for me. I'm going to take Montreal double result here, minus 115. I'm not in love with 6.5 being the number right now. I mean, this has obviously gone up from 2.5 to 6.5 because of the fact that Jarrett Dagy will start at quarterback here for the Toronto Argonauts with Nick Arbuckle out. 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in his career, Jarrett Dagy. All of that was pretty much with Edmonton. That being said, not a sample size that I'm all that, enamored with. I love how Montreal got off the schneid. Bad losing streak. They snapped it in impressive, decisive form, blowing out Saskatchewan. I love that spot last week for Montreal. And they ended up winning outright. It was no sweat. It was a beautiful thing. Plus 8.5, winning outright. Not even a sweat with that one. I think Montreal is going to get hot now. They're getting healthy. We know Philpott and Mack are back. We know the defense is getting a lot of their players back. And I think they get that momentum from that big win. And they start to get this is their late season push. This is their late season win streak coming down the pike. And wait till they get Davis Alexander back. They'll be even more dangerous. But MBT played great. This Toronto defense is still struggling. Don't be fooled by the win against Edmonton. They still didn't play great defense in that game. Edmonton's going up and down the field. I think Montreal wins this game, but I like the double result option at the current number. Lead at half, win the game, minus 115.
Al's double result's a good look here, and I hope you guys, we didn't time it perfectly. It was plus 750 or 775 before their last game, against Saskatchewan. So we didn't time it perfectly. We got plus 575. It's down to plus 500, and it's going to be going down and down and down until I believe they represent the East in the Grey Cup final. We pushed you guys to move on it. You still have time. And time is running out. Al's double result, minus 115 for Bobano. Let's move on to Lion Stamps Friday night, September 19th. Get into Lion history here. We have a total, as one would guess, if the BC Lions are involved, at 55.5. Things are different in Calgary, man. If this game was in BC, I would have no doubt that this game would soar over, but I don't feel that way in Calgary. And Calgary, 5.5-point favorites right now. No movement here. Take it away, Ian.
I think this is a bold move sometimes, but sometimes when you feel it in your bones that you could go 4-0 in one football game with your bets, you got to move forward and pull that trigger. And that's exactly what I'm going to do here. I've got 4 bets, and I think I've got a real shot for 4-0 with this one game. I'm on Calgary minus 5. Minus 115. They're 2-0 straight up and against the spread off a bye week this season. And, of course, they're off a bye. They've been great off a bye. I'm on Calgary team total over 30.5. Vernon Adams has made no secret about it. He's got a point to prove. He is looking forward to potentially feasting on this horrific BC Lions defense. And I don't think he's going to hold anything back. He's going to chuck the ball downfield. This is not going to be a conservative game plan offensively for Dave Dickinson and VA. They're going to look to make an impact. They're going to look to have a big day. VA wants a big day against the team that passed him over, said, Nathan Rourke's our guy now, not you. So I think VA is going to have a big day, over 30.5. BC has given up 34, 52, and 38 points in their last 3 road games. So the defense on the road just can't be trusted. Calgary team total over 30.5. I'm on over 54, minus 115 for the full game. And I'm riding BC's team total over 23.5, Jimmy, at minus 112. BC has gone over their team total in 8 straight games. All 8 of those games, they've scored 27 or more points. I know Calgary's defense is really good, but Calgary's got some injuries up front on the D-line. We saw the effect of that against Edmonton, the game before their bye week, where Edmonton ran the football down Calgary's throat and scored 31 points in that game. Nathan Rourke, to me, Jimmy's just playing too well right now. He's in too much of a groove that even against a respected Calgary defense, I think he can move the ball and get them 24 points. And that's all we need. We need 24 points out of BC. I've got this as a 35-28 type of win for Calgary. I think we can sweep these 4 bets. I like all of them.
What was the juice on the Calgary team total over 30.5?
30.5 team total on Calgary was -112.
-112. Oh, this is so wonderful. This helps us so much, especially for our big breakdown on Friday. Bobano on Calgary -5, -115. Calgary team total over 30.5, -112. The over 54, -115. And Lions team total over 23.5. This game means so much to these two teams. And I cannot wait to.
I think they put on a show. I really do. I don't think either quarterback holds anything back. I think it'll be a fun game on Friday night.
Oh, I hear that. I also think that the defenses are going to care very, very much about supporting their quarterback in this game. They're going to care more about supporting their quarterback in this game than they've cared in any game this year. And, I'm not entirely sure exactly if I have the conviction to believe. If this was in BC, it'd be different.
Yeah.
But I love it, Bobano, and we cap differently, which makes it so much fun to cap together. Let's move on to Saturday action here. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 6-7, 2-5 on the road at the Ottawa Redblacks. And you guys, I will get yes, Kong. He is still alive. I will. Yes, he's still alive. He's good. He's so pumped up for NHL. Also, I'm going to get you guys the information to watch it in America. I have the information. I'll get it for you guys. It'll just give me a little bit of time, but I'll have it all for you guys here. So here we go. Saturday action here for our next spot on the board. Again, we got to be very, very quick here. Let me just move over to our Saturday action. So we start with Winnipeg, Ottawa. The Red Blacks -2.5 at -125, opened up at -1.5. So they've moved a point and juice. Looks like threes are on the way. And from a total perspective here, we have a 52. This opened up at 50.5. It's climbed a 1.5. Ian Cameron, take it away.
This is the one game I'm not sure I'm going to make anything official here for the show. I can tell you I played Ottawa small in this game with Drew Brown coming back. I was there in the building with Strevler last week for Winnipeg. He was awful. He was horrific. I mean, the interceptions were bad. The decisions were bad. There's no accuracy. There's no touch on any of his passes. It was a really bad game for him. Mike O'Shea is getting hounded by the media. Why do you keep giving this guy a chance? Because Terry Wilson, I saw him at Kentucky. He's no good. He can't throw the ball worth a lick either from an accuracy standpoint. And he's the backup to Strevler right now. So I think you just got to, cross your fingers, say your prayers, and stick with Strevler and hope he improves, at some point. Now, the Ottawa defense is not great, so maybe this is a spot he can improve. But when you look at Winnipeg, 3 losses in a row, Ottawa gave him a tough battle earlier this year. It was 30-27. Winnipeg hanging on for dear life at the end in that crazy game last month out there in Winnipeg. Ottawa's not an easy team to trust, but Winnipeg's got significant issues. Brady Oliveira is chirping at his offensive coordinator, Jason Hogan, saying maybe he should put Chris Strevler in a better spot. Maybe Chris needs to be put in a better spot. That's throwing your offensive coordinator under the bus. Brady Oliveira said that in the media. There's sniping. There is tension. There seems to be a fracture with this mighty dynasty that is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I want no part of them. Give me Ottawa. Let's put it on the card. Ottawa money line for me, Jimmy, -130.
Ottawa money line at -130. It was fun watching you cap your way into that. I enjoyed that. Red Blacks.
Vibes in Winnipeg aren't good right now, in my opinion.
You guys know what I've said about Strevler the whole time. At home, he rallies the troops. He rallies the fans. He's the most popular.
Excellent point. There's a home road split. Very real thing with him. He's played well. He's played respectable at times at home. He's been a fucking nightmare, disaster on the road. Look at his past numbers.
And we hammered Ticats, hammered double result, hammered Ticats by the spread. He's a very predictable quarterback, and that's what we're looking for in sports gambling. Let's move on to our final spot before we get into.
Are you interested in Ottawa there?
I need to sit with this longer. I need to sit with this longer. For me, NFL takes such a priority in the early week that I've really been, having you on Thursday and then Gorky on Friday has really benefited me and helped my capping out a lot. I want to sit with it because he is embarrassed, and we do know that O'Shea and the Bombers have character, and maybe they're infighting, but they have character. And Bob Dice, I don't trust ever. So I just want to sit with it for a little longer. But your breakdown helps me enormously. Final spot here: Elks, Tiger Cats. Bobano will be there on Saturday night, and I can't wait for the day that I'm sitting beside you for one of these games at Hamilton Stadium in Hamilton, Ontario. We have this total at 56, very high for an Elk game. Now, I said the same thing about Toronto going up against Elks. I said Elks games shouldn't be this high of a total. I bet the first half under and the full game under. At halftime, I thought I was a genius, and I made this mistake, and I talked about it when I was there. I just felt so good about myself that I didn't bet the over at halftime. Why not? Yeah. Why not? Just because you're right for 30 minutes of a football game, I've got to change that and stop doing that. Stop sitting in the joy of being right. Because the game, and I even said to the guys I was with, I was like, watch the second half, it could soar over. I should get to it. And it soars over 61 points. I was very upset.
First game to go over the total for Edmonton since Cody Fajardo took over as starting quarterback. The first game to go over. Yep. Then
we have the Ticats opening up at 6. They're now at 5. Take it away.
So the bet I really like in this game is Edmonton +6, -110. I think it's a great spot. They're off a heartbreaker against Toronto last week. They were in control, and then all of a sudden, touchdown Toronto, fumble by Fajardo, return for a touchdown, and then they were all of a sudden down. And, of course, they end up getting a field goal to take the lead, and then Jarrett Dagey for an injured Arbuckle goes down the field, gets them in field goal range. Hyralahu kicks the game-winning field goal. Tough loss for Edmonton. They were the better team for over 3 quarters against Toronto last week and somehow lost that game. So I think Edmonton's in this game. Look, for Hamilton, I'll tell you this is a potential emotional hangover. That was an emotional environment last week. Ted Gavaya, the GM, passed away from cancer the night before the game against Winnipeg. They played one hell of a game. It was a bit, very fervent environment there in Hamilton. And Edmonton, like I said, 7-1 against the spread since Fajardo's taken over. They've other than the Calgary blowout loss on Labor Day, every game since Cody's been at quarterback has either been an Edmonton win or they've lost by 4 points or less. They've been right in the game. So I like this spot for Edmonton. They lost to Hamilton at home in a close game earlier this year. Edmonton +6, -110. Lean over. A smaller bet on that, but I'm not going to double upside and total in this game. The side to me is the much stronger bet. Edmonton +6, -110.
You are in business, my friend. Now, we are going to have more time for college football very soon. At this point, we get a rapid fire video. This will all be one video on our YouTube page of rapid fire Bobano picks. We have 6 games. So when Jose is ready to flip it to Texas Tech, Utah, I will begin it so the video looks good. Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Jose Maya. We have Ian Cameron here on Thursday, September 18th on Pub Sports Radio. This is Best Bets. It's rapid fire. It's fast, and it's going to pay off. We start at 12 p.m. Eastern. The number 17th ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders opening up their Big 12 account, 3-0 on the season, at the number 16 Utah Utes, who are opening up their Big 12 account as well. Salt Lake City, Utah, for this massive football game. Right now, we have the Utes at -3. They opened up at -4. Now they're -3 at -109. When we get to the total here for this one, we have... Sorry, here we go. We have this sitting at 57.5, -110 to the over. This opened up at 55.5, and it got up to 58.5 before we got that 1 point of buyback. I will go over the cash information when Ian is done. Take it away, Texas Tech, Utah Utes.
2 bets here, side and total. It's a great game. It's 2 teams that could win this Big 12 conference. They've looked dominant so far, albeit against weaker competition. They truly get tested, both of them, this week. But I think Utah stands out as the superior side on a very strong home field at Bryce Eccles Stadium. I'm on Utah money line -145. I am also on over 57 -114. Both teams play fast. Both teams have great quarterbacks. Baron Morton, Devin Dampier. Both teams play with pace. Neither defense, both defenses could be solid, but neither defense has played any sort of offense the likes of which they're going to see here. Texas Tech faced Kent State. Texas Tech faced a struggling Oregon State team and an FCS team. Utah faced UCLA. That win doesn't look nearly as good now, and some weaker teams after that. FCS team and, of course, Wyoming, who don't look great so far this year. I think both offenses move the football, and I think Utah gets that extra stop. Kyle Whittingham loves this team in the trenches. I think their trench play could be just a little bit superior to Texas Tech to swing it in their favor. So Utah money line and over 57.
55% of the tickets right now on Texas Tech, 53% of the cash, 68% of tickets on the over, and 82% of the cash. Bobano on Utah minus 145 and the over 57 at minus 114. We move to West Point, New York for our next one. North Texas Mean Green 3-0, opening up their American account at the Army Black Knights 1-1. Thus far this year. This is also their first conference game. This one pops off at 12 p.m. We have a total at 50.5. This has dropped from 54. It did go down to 50 before there was a half point of buyback. From a point spread standpoint, we have the here we go. North Texas right now, minus 1.5. They have gone from dog to favorite. They've gone from plus 2.5 to minus 1.5. They got up to minus 3 this morning, Thursday, September 18th at 7:10 a.m. before there was buyback. So a lot of movement in this football game. We get to the cash flow here for the Army spot. We have no information on the total, but we know that 68% of the tickets and 92% of the cash is on North Texas. Ian Cameron, take it away.
I am on North Texas, minus 115. They should have beat Army last year, and Army was a lot better last year than they were this year. Obviously, Bryson Daly, outstanding team, won the AAC, and North Texas played them tough last year. We have a North Texas team that wasn't as good last year as they are this year, and we have an Army team that isn't as good this year as they were last year, and North Texas almost beat them last year. If not for Chandler Morris throwing some untimely turnovers in the red zone, could have been a different result. North Texas has probably the best defense they've had in years. I'm very impressed with what I've seen from the Mean Green defense. Their defensive coordinator hire was excellent. They completely blew out a Washington State last week, suffocated them. A revenge spot for losing last year and a tough one to Army. An excellent Army team, like I said, an Army team that was better last year. I think North Texas returns the favor. Minus 115, money line, North Texas.
We move on to Oxford, Mississippi. The Tulane Green Wave, undefeated thus far at the number 13th ranked Ole Miss Rebels, also undefeated. We had Wine Time on our show yesterday. Give us Tulane plus 12.5. He had tweeted that out as it had moved to 11.5. That is no longer the case. This moved to 13 yesterday at 4:49 p.m. Now it is a 13 juice to minus 112. When we get to the total for Ole Miss Tulane, 1 second here. When we get to the total here for Ole Miss Tulane, 3:30 p.m. Eastern start, we have a 61. It's minus 115 to the over. This opened up at 60.5. It's now 61. And when we talk cash flow, we have 56% of the tickets and 54% of the cash on Ole Miss. We have 70% of the tickets on the over and 88% of cash on the over. The New Yorker yesterday said this is a different team, that the Tulane Green Wave are playing a much, much tougher team, and he's all over Ole Miss. Bobano, take it away.
That could be true, no doubt. I like Tulane, though. I'm going to take the points with Tulane here. Austin Simmons is playing, so on paper that should be big for Ole Miss, but boy, Trinidad Chambliss went in last week. It was outstanding, the backup quarterback for Arkansas. I mean, you could say he played every bit as good as anything we've seen out of Austin Simmons this year. So, bringing him back when he's been out for a week due to injury, does that upset chemistry a little bit? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But I like John Sumrall. I like what I've seen from Retzlaff at quarterback. They played really solid. And I don't trust Ole Miss laying points like this in a non-conference game. I just don't. I don't trust them in these kind of spots, quite honestly, against capable foes. Tulane with a couple of nice win against Duke. Obviously, last week played very well. They can force turnovers, which is big, give themselves extra possessions. I like Tulane here, plus 13.5, minus 115. It's the best number I can find out there right now. I also think we will have a good chance to see points. The one thing I will say about Tulane is their defense, I don't think is nearly as good as it was last year, and we know Ole Miss still can be pretty tough to stop on offense, so I will go with over 61. minus 115 in that game.
Over 61 as well at minus 115. We roll on. Our next spot on the board, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, Purdue Boilermakers at the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Purdue 2-1. Did cover for us against USC last week. Notre Dame Irish 0-2. I did lose with them against A&M. I was on the double result, and that failed to menace. Let's get into the line history here. Yesterday, we had our guy Wine Time give us Purdue. Now, he tweeted it out, made it official very early in the week at plus 27.5. There'd been a big move in his favor. But let's start with the total. This total opened up at 52.5. This climbed up to 55.5. And then there was buyback. We're now sitting at a 53. We have buyback on the total. On the point spread here, we watched, it was 24.5 yesterday. Let's see what it is here today. It's gone in the same U-shaped movement that we've seen in Ole Miss, Tulane. We have it moving back to Notre Dame. This opened up at 26.5 at this book here, dropped down to 24.5 that we had yesterday, and now we are at 25.5, and that 25.5 is juiced to Notre Dame. 65% of the tickets and 88% of the cash is on the Boilermakers. 66% of tickets and 84% cash on the over. Ian Cameron, take it away.
Yeah, this one I like Purdue in the over. Notre Dame's an over team until proven otherwise. I mean, that was about as easy as it gets with over last week with Notre Dame and A&M. The defense is just nowhere near as good. Personnel's not as good. The defensive coordinator is nowhere near as good. Al Golden was a great defensive coordinator. Chris Ash, I don't know what he's doing, but they have not been good. Their schemes have not looked good. They've been missed assignments, busts in coverage in the secondary, no pass rush whatsoever. It's hard to believe Notre Dame defense has fallen from 1 year going to the national championship to this year. But clearly the DC we're finding out is now a downgrade. If not for 3 turnovers, 3 interceptions in the red zone by Ryan Brown of Purdue last week, their quarterback, they could have been right there at the end against USC. They could have been right in that game. And if they execute better in the red zone, they're in that game maybe challenging to win outright. That's how admirable I thought Purdue played last week, even though they lost to USC. And the game probably goes over the total if they don't turn it over 3 times instead of staying under. So I think better red zone execution. And this is just a lot of points to be laying with a leaky defense, in my opinion, and a heartbreaking, gut-wrenching loss the way they suffered it against Texas A&M. So Purdue plus 26, minus 110, and also over 53, minus 110.
You are in business, my friend. We have 2 games left. We will work quickly. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, James Madison Dukes at Liberty Flames. James Madison 1-1, Liberty 1-2. We're in Lynchburg, Virginia for this one. Line history-wise, this opened up at 10, and the initial move was towards James Madison. This became an 11.5 on Sunday. This was juiced to minus 115, and then the buck stopped there. Constant movement to the Liberty Flames. This is now down to 8.5. So we have a 1.5 point move from the opening line. On the total here for this Liberty home game at 3:30 p.m. Eastern against James Madison, we have a 46.5. It is even money. This opened up at 48.5 and has dropped to 46.5. Interestingly enough, this did go up to 49 before dropping. Now, we have no cash information on the total, but we know that 80% of the tickets and 94% of the cash is on James Madison, and we've seen a real legit move to Liberty. Take it away.
And I don't agree with it. That's a pretty bad Liberty team, and Liberty's been a team that's been on my card as a fade the last few weeks, including last week with Bowling Green plus the points. They can't run the football. Their quarterback play is just not great. Their defense has fallen off. They're not stopping the run nearly as good, and that's a concern because James Madison is a run-heavy offense. They have 2 quarterbacks. Both of them are used in RPO, read option type offenses. Both can run. Both are athletic, and Alonzo Barnett and, of course, Matthew Sluka, the UNLV transfer. So I think it's a tough matchup for Liberty. They're clearly struggling with their confidence. I think people see that Liberty has been good at home over the years, and the idea of them being a sizable home underdog, I think, is appealing to some. That, to me, is kind of what explains the movement toward Liberty. But to me, there's a class mismatch. With what I've seen from Liberty, if they play as poorly as they have the last few weeks, where they're struggling with an FCS team, Maine, they were tied with Maine in the 4th quarter. a few weeks ago was like 4 touchdown favorites. There's problems with Liberty. They look like a bit of a broken team right now. And that's a problem going up against, in my opinion, the clear best team in the Sun Belt this year. So JMU, James Madison for me, -7.5, -110.
-7.5 for JMU at -110. You're certainly coming in at the right time as this went up to 11.5. Our final spot of Bobano's best bets, 4 p.m. Eastern, NC State Wolfpack. 1-0 in the ACC, 3-0 on the season at the Duke Blue Devils, who are 1-2 and opening up their ACC account here at Wallace Wade Stadium in Durham, North Carolina. This total opened up at 57.5. It climbed up to 59 a few times. Now it's a 58.5. I'm looking at a 59, but it's -123 to the under. When we get to the point spread here for this 4 p.m. spot, Duke at home here, we have Duke -3 at -119. They opened up at 3. It dropped to 2.5. It dropped to 2.5 several times. And then the -3 yesterday was juiced to -130. Now it's -119. Line has still, at this point, moved towards Duke. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, let me just grab it quickly. Show me that 4 p.m. slot. And while I'm looking for it, let's hear here we go. We don't have any information on the total. 53% of tickets and 61% of the cash on the Wolfpack. Take it away, Bobano.
Yeah, Duke's been disappointing. There's some thought that Duke could still be the better team roster-wise, and that if they clean up the turnovers, it could have been a different game against Illinois, and it could have been a different game against Tulane. But at some point, you got to see them not turn the ball over until you're ready to back them and comfortable. And that's where I'm at. Stop turning the ball over. And sometimes people say, it's tough to predict turnovers. Well, when you do it multiple weeks in a row and you're turning the ball over like Duke is, maybe that's just who you are. That's your DNA. That's your personality. You don't have good ball security. So that's a problem. Their defense has been nowhere near as good as I thought it was going to be coming into the year. And they got a red hot, very dynamic, very dangerous NC State offense coming in here with CJ Bailey, who's been terrific at quarterback for them. Now, there's a bit of a step up. NC State has had a bit of a weaker schedule so far, but I think Duke is maybe a little bit overvalued. They've not played nearly as good. This rivalry game in state. I will take NC State here, +3.5, -114. And I like the over here. I think we're going to see points. I still don't fully trust NC State's defense. I think they'll move the ball against Duke, but I still don't fully trust the Wolfpack defense. So I think Duke's offense, led by Darian Mensah, can have some success. So over 57, -120 for the total.
Over 57 at -120. Spectacular work, Bobano. That was rapid fire glory. NC State +3.5 in the over 57. James Madison -7.5, -110. Purdue +26 in the over 53 in Purdue Notre Dame. Tulane +13.5 in the over 61 in Tulane Ole Miss. North Texas moneyline -115. Utah moneyline -145 in the over 57 in Texas Tech Utah Utes. Bobano, spectacular work. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Our star of Thursdays here on Betting with the Bag. Please tell us about what's going on the Hitting the Books YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, we've got obviously college football hitting the books every Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Check that out throughout the college football season. One more week of MLB shows, but we will be doing for the members of the channel and some bonus, some short form videos throughout the MLB playoffs. But it's mostly going to be college football on that channel, and we'll do some NFL and some MLB playoff stuff for the members, and then of course college basketball later in the year. But check it out, Hitting the Books YouTube channel. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers, so thanks to everyone for supporting the channel. Good luck to you, Jimmy. Good luck to everyone in the chat, and we'll see you next week.
Great performance here by Ian Cameron. We got our gridiron action in. Games have begun in Major League Baseball, and we are ready to cap the rest of the card. This is going to be a hopefully a better start to the day than yesterday. Never fun to dig yourself out of a hole, which I did, and I don't enjoy doing. So I'm looking forward to the games afoot and the games to come. Please welcome our next guest. He is the star here on Pub Sports Radio and also a star on the Sauce Network, and it is all richly deserved. Please welcome our friend and great capper, Morgan Spooner, currently #1 in the NFL Cappers contest. How are you, Spooner?
I'm doing pretty well, Jimmy. Coming off a good day in MLB. looking at NFL lines for this weekend, it looks like a great weekend for football between college and NFL. It's the best time of year. Everything just kind of comes together.
8-2, sitting on top of the leaderboard. Got to be nice to see the name 76 competitors.
You don't want to be the horse out in front at the beginning. You want to be the horse out in front at the end. So
I just want to be out front at some point. Just give me a few days. That's all I ask for. A few days up front. I'm 6-4. I'm 2 games back of Morgan Spooner. Spooner, we talked about your action here in the early games. We have TJ joining us here shortly. Let's just review the plan of attack here. Bobano moved on the over. So none of us moved on Cleveland, Detroit. We have Bobano on the over 9 at -110. San Diego, New York Mets. I did move on Jonah Tong, first 5 -1/2. Astonished here. I'm sitting here astonished. I know that you had interest in them yesterday, which kind of helped, but I'm astonished that I'm on them now. But you take what the league gives you. We have Spooner on the Blue Jays money line. We have TJ on Toronto, Tampa Bay, first 5 over 4. Bobano on the Jays, team total over 3.5. I'm on the Rays, first 5 and the first 5 over. We have Spooner, Bobano, and TJ all on the Athletics. I've yet to move on that. Can we just touch on it here? Do you think that Brian Bayo is dealing with arm fatigue?
So he's a guy that I kind of have circled for regression. I feel like he's kind of overperformed my expectations for him this season. That doesn't necessarily mean it will happen, but these last few games, he's not looked as sharp. 3 innings or 3 earned runs versus Cleveland, 3 versus Arizona, 4 versus New York. This guy was pitching just lights out, giving you 1-run ball just about every time he went out there for a good month and a half stretch. I don't know if it's arm fatigue necessarily, but he is a young pitcher that hasn't pitched this deep into a season before. So that's an easy conclusion to come to. I don't think he's a better pitcher at this point than what JT Ginn is. Hearing you talk about the first 5s at the beginning of this show, I went back and looked at that first 5 plus a half in this game, and I'm so tempted to add that to it as well. The game's getting really close to start. I don't really want 2 units on this game, but that first 5 seems very well priced.
I wonder what let's just go over it one more time, if you guys don't mind here, and then we'll move on to the rest of the MLB action. I mean, what should the price difference be for the Athletics first 5? So full game here, the public book, like 365, they're plus 130. And then first 5, they're plus 115. I mean, that says it all, doesn't it?
And the plus a half is minus 120 at 365?
Well, 365 is horrific. First 5 plus and minus. If this is the book you have to work with, you're likely going to lose in the long run because the plus a half's minus 130.
I think I saw 115, the best number I could find. I was checking as you guys were talking about it. It just feels like a spot where the Athletics are going to be very live throughout this entire game, and if that's true, the plus a half in the first 5 should be a very valuable number. It's pretty expensive for a dog that opened plus like 140-ish, and at the same time they've taken money the entire time, not the Athletics but Boston, and this line's moved the other way.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, we know that lefties terrorize Ginn, and there's only 4 in the lineup. I mean, it's not a good situation. I mean, you could basically let Duran get on base, shut down Story and Bregman. The tough part is the Yoshida low 4-5. I think that a leadoff double for the Rays, I like that. Rodswag says, bet on Brian Bayo. Rodswag says, bet on Brian Bayo on the money line versus an AL team with non-base percentage 320 or worse in the second half of the season. Bayo's team record since the 2024 season 14-1. And shout out to Rodswag for being on the Astros. Well, all of us, so many of us, were on the Rangers and having the conviction. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And when you have the conviction to go up against cappers that you respect, your ROI is very good. And when you don't have the conviction, you just let it go. I find I was talking to TJ and Troy about it last night, how you want the first 5 being expensive like that is so appealing to me. And that's what's changed with me this year. I'm not looking for the plus money on the first. Now, it was tricky with the raise spot. I certainly thought about it, but that was minus the first 5 was -1. First 5 plus a half for the raise because of the low volatility was -138 offshore and -145 at 3. So that's just that's a 55-cent difference. So I was getting a better line on 365 for the plus, or for the first 5 plus 110 in comparison to plus 103 offshore. And I felt like I had to do it. But here, from a psychological standpoint, with a 9 total, we're dealing with volatility, so it's different, right? I mean, but I still think I agree with you that it's valuable. So I think, but then and I made this mistake, and it's a different mistake, but I made this mistake yesterday with the Rockies Marlins, and it cost me a big day. If I had just had the Rockies first 5 plus a half, I would be 5-0 on first 5 plus a half. Instead, I'm 4-0, but I lost the full game. And the Rockies have had a better bullpen than the Marlins, but they're bad bullpen, so the volatility is high. Here, the Athletics are the best bullpen in baseball over the last 30 days, but the Red Sox bullpen is very good as well. The fact that the A's bullpen is pitching like this, oh wow, and it moved to -146 on FanDuel. Yeah, Mally, that was just probably a little too expensive, but the fact that the Athletics bullpen is pitching like this, does that still gravitate you to a first 5 plus a half being possibly the better bet than the full game?
So, I mean, I looked at the first 5 before I initially moved on it. I think hearing you talk about the success with that first 5 just made me think about it more. I think there's a lot of reasons to like the Athletics full game still. Bayo, even if he does pitch well, that third time through the order, which might come in the 6th inning, not the 5th inning, is always very difficult to traverse, especially with a team like what the Athletics have right now.
Okay, I have 13 minutes to make the decision, and we have a ringer we're pulling in to help me make it. We have TJ on the Athletics, Bobano on the Athletics, Spooner on the Athletics. Please welcome our next guest, hitting over 60% here on the show for the 2nd year in a row. Our friend TJ in the house. TJ, what's good, man? How are you?
Hey guys, good. Sorry about that. I got stuck on another call, but we're here. We're focused now, so we're ready to roll. I just got into that. I just heard the end of your conversation there, and the only thing I will add to it as far as why I would like full game over first 5 is just bullpen usage in general. Granted, Whitlock only threw 15 yesterday, and he's been pitching excellent, so he'll probably be able to go. Chapman did throw 19. He's been on the decline of late, but he rarely goes back-to-back. And then you got Sladen, Wilson, and Matz, and Kelly all are on back-to-back. Weissert threw 22 the day before, blown save and a loss. So bullpen is a bit of a concern for me on Boston, which is why I went full game on the A's there.
Which makes sense. It makes sense, but this is why I'm gravitating towards it. But the first 5 plus half is because you have a pitcher in JT Ginn who is pitching better, but his season-long statistics are much worse. Much is a little much. They're worse than Bayo's. And yet the price difference is 15 cents. The A's are 15 cents more expensive to back them first 5. That is are you surprised at that price difference?
Yeah. The book's telling me right there what to do. Bayo's going to get touched here, most likely.
And I think that your risk reward makes sense on the Athletics, but we're talking about the TJ fucking special here, man.
Yeah.
And I went 4-0 on it yesterday.
Yeah, and 9 is about as high as I would like to go on a total for that. If it's 9.5 or if 9's getting bet over huge, like it just seems like it's more volatility, and I would just take the money line. But it's only plus, it's only plus 110 to take that risk, and you're getting an extra run for 30 cents, 35 cents. Looking at that market, let me just see what it's done here.
That's insane to me.
Oh yeah, it's moved 10 cents to the A's too on that first 5 plus a half.
I'm going to do it, and I don't want to double up.
I'm going to do it and double up.
I understand that. I understand. But I didn't come to the show too with the A's either. So you guys had capped your way onto the A's, and now you're getting more bullish. For me, you guys got me on the A's, and I'm going to move on it. So
yeah, I'm betting it right now. Let's see what I get.
Okay. So Spooner, are you going to leave this alone? Oh, we have more time than I thought. Why did I think? Oh no, I'm looking at the Mariners game. Jeez. We don't. We have 10 minutes. Spooner, are you going to keep the one unit on the A's and stay in your position?
I'm looking at the best first 5 price that I can get now on that plus a half. It looks like it's starting to move even more since we were chatting about it. I think minus 115 is the best number I can get on it right now.
That's a great number.
Minus 115.
Yeah, I got minus 125 is the best I could find.
Yeah, that's a good number. Your number is good. I'm going to see what Penny is offering. They usually are very good in these spots.
Yeah, Zoe, that's what we're talking about. A's first 5 plus a half. I'm also on A's money line full.
Wow, game. It's all the way up to minus 128. Okay, that's so expensive. Okay, 1-0 Mets. Smash. Come on, I want it. Okay, so let's review. I'm going to get my action in. So TJ and so Spooner getting the A's first 5 plus a half. Spooner, what did you get?
Minus 115.
That's a great line, man. That is a great line.
Hard Rock has some terrible numbers. Mix some parlays in so you don't lose the book immediately. But I've been noticing that. I just found access to that here recently.
Wow, Nut Flush looking at minus 170. That's insane.
God,
I thought I was getting bad numbers. God, I feel so bad.
That's terrible.
Yeah, you can't do that. Wow, that guard's so tough. Again, the California cappers that are in our community, our friends, please just talk to TJ. We can get you.
Yeah, there's things you can do, guys.
TJ, what's your first 5 plus a half?
Minus 125.
Okay, Spooner, do you mind setting up Mariners Royals Castillo versus Stephen Kolek? I just need to get my action in, and I get a little.
Yep, I got you.
Shaky when it's like 8 minutes to pitch.
So we got Stephen Kolek at home, recent addition for this Kansas City Royals team. He's pitched really well in a Royals uniform of late. Hasn't given up more than 2 earned runs, I believe, since coming to the team. St. Louis, Detroit, Minnesota, Cleveland. So not the best lineups he's faced, but Luis Castillo on the other side. It's a guy on the road that's really struggled all year, 5.24 ERA. 1.6 whip to lefties. The Royals can mix 5 in there. I haven't seen the official lineup for today. On this line, we have 63% of the tickets come in on the Seattle Mariners, but 63% of the cash has come in on Kansas City. So pretty big split there as far as some of the bigger tickets being on Kansas City. 53% of the tickets on the under and 62% of the cash on the over. As far as this line opening, the book I like to use, minus 119 Seattle opener. It got to minus 120, and it's back at minus 118 right now. So very little movement. When I was looking at this last night and early this morning, all the money was on Seattle. So it's been some late big tickets on Kansas City, I would assume, not being able to actually track those tickets. But the more I look at this game, the more I want Kansas City. Last night I was kind of looking at an over. Also just thinking that Seattle would be live, but I thought by this point that minus 120 would be gone. We'd be looking at 135s, 140s. Some pretty big respect for Kansas City. What do you think about this, TJ?
Yeah, I'll start with where kind of I always start is what does my model say, and it likes Seattle up to minus 120. I agree. I worry, I've said many times back Castillo at home, I worry about him on the road, and Kolek sure looked good. I don't know if I believe it, but this will be the ultimate test because this lineup is so much better. They're just crushing on the road. They're crushing righties. Overall stats, they're top 5 in everything, top 1 or 2 over the last 14 days. They've gotten to so many righties. They got 7 off Waka. Urena only pitched 3 innings, but, he shut them down. Kyle Hendricks, they got 9. Soriano, 3. Going back quite a bit, even Rasmussen, Hauser, they got So I have a hard time thinking that we can expect another 1-run outing from Kolek or 2. His splits are. It's not like he struggles versus either side too bad. Righties have a better. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. I had it up, but righties are hitting 254, but only a 600 OPS. Lefties 239 with a 708 OPS. We got how many? Let's see in the lineup. He's going to face 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lefties, and Castillo's going to face 6 lefties. Granted, the bottom 4 are all lefties for KC. Witt, Garcia, and Perez are the only righties in the lineup. So I think both pitchers could be vulnerable here. I don't have ballpark today. I don't know what ballpark says about the park. I see wind blowing out. So if you could pull those numbers while I go over the bullpens here.
Hoffman is plus 10% for runs, minus 6% home runs, but plus 13% doubles and triples and plus 9% singles. Fourth highest rated scoring.
Them putting this at a 9 with, it got to 9.5 with these 2 pitchers. I would kind of expect an 8.5, especially the way Kolek's been pitching, or even, maybe not an 8, but certainly an 8.5 is more what I would expect. So I think the opening line and then the movement up to 9.5 and back to it's still heavily juiced on the over 9 is indicative of runs being scored here. I'm just going to figure out a way to attack it. I haven't yet. Kind of looking at team totals here. 4.5 juiced over for the Mariners. 4.5 juiced under for Kansas City. I think it's open. I think the line is about right, to be honest. I didn't think it would get up past 120 when I saw the opener. Just because of the way Kolek's been since he's been in a KC uniform, and Castillo on the road, everyone knows about. So my only hesitation is back in Seattle is I don't know if I can trust Castillo, but I do see runs here. So if we can think of a way to get on that.
Castillo gets rocked. He's becoming predictable, which is wonderful.
Yeah, that's what we want.
And he is getting rocked by left-handed bats. So we have the confirmed lineup: Yastrzemski, Pasquantino, Frazier, Kaggs, Jensen, Massey. So 6 of the 9 batters are lefty. One of the things I love, and it's funny, it's happened. This is more of a recent thing. Is I love it when the weaker bats have the split advantage, because you can trust the better bats to handle lefties, right? You can trust the stars, even though they're going to have their own split issues. But so who are you got Witt, Michael Garcia, and Sal Perez are the only right-handed bats. That means that the bottom of the lineup should be able to get on base for the top of the lineup.
Yep.
Which makes the Royals appealing. The weather as well. You had Spooner talk about the plus. What was it again, Spooner? Can you give it to me again?
Plus 10% runs overall, plus 13% for doubles and triples, and plus 9% for singles. It's minus 6% home runs is why it's only plus 10%. But Kaufman's got those big walls, so that's kind of a regular thing you see there.
Yeah, absolutely. 78 Fahrenheit, 6 miles per hour out to center, dies down to 5.6, and then climbs again to 7.4. You have a Royals bullpen that's been pitching pretty well for a while. Mariners bullpen starting to look a little better. The Mariners are destroying right-handed pitching, and the Royals are hitting right-handed pitching comfortably enough. Kolek, he's looked pretty good all year. But he's looked really good here with the Royals, earning a job, with this team for next year. And how do we trust Castillo? And the answer is you don't. And look at this here. This is the main thing that I want to stress upon, because I think I'm going to get involved. Castillo just shut down the Angels. Shut them down. 3 hits over 6 innings. What are the 2 things at play there? One,
right-handed bats.
The Angels have no left-handed bats, and he's at home. So we can just put a line through that baseline that doesn't show where he's pitching. In fact, that all that would do is help us get a better number on the Royals or the over, because we don't have to. This doesn't have to be, a Royals bet. I know that I have my college football still set up. Spooner, I'm getting over to MLB here right now, but I know that you went over
Yep, I can say it again.
Thank you.
60% of the tickets on Seattle Mariners, 64% of the cash on Kansas City Royals, 55% of the tickets on the under, and 62% of the cash on the over. Depending what book you look at, it opened as a 9, got up to a 9.5, and came back down to a 9. Some books just kept this a 9 the whole time. But it's always been juiced to the over.
And let's look at the last 2 times on the road Castillo pitched teams that are more lefty. I mean, Philly has some lefties, Mets have some lefties, and he got raked by both of them. 9 hits, 10 hits over 4 innings.
So if we have concern, and this is what I thought you did at an elite level yesterday, TJ.
Yeah.
If we have some concern with, Kolek against the Mariners righties, which we may not. We may not have concern. We may be completely comfortable. But they are, the Mariners are hitting 255, 810 against righties and hitting them hard right now. But if we have concern, don't we just focus on the Royals team total over?
Yeah, certainly worth a look. You worry about losing an at bat late, but that's obviously baked in the line because you can get a 4.5, plus money. I wonder what it would cost to build a 4. I'd be interested in that.
Well, I'll do that right now.
Let me see who's out of the pen for Seattle too, because maybe it's just first 5.
The Royals used 4 arms yesterday, but Seattle only had to use Matt Brash out of their important arms. So Spear, Bizzardo, and Munoz. Actually, Spear did throw 4, but Bizzardo and Munoz, setup man and closer, both fresh.
Yeah, so maybe just first 5 on that.
Yeah, focus.
You got to get 3 runs.
3 runs, yeah. I mean, that shouldn't be too difficult.
He's going to see the whole lineup twice through 5 innings at least, right? I mean,
I think that's probably the best angle.
So what's a 2 cost? I wonder. Let me do some math here.
So we would take the Royals first 5 team total over and the Royals first 5 money line.
Yeah.
I do think that this pen for the Mariners is going to start pitching well. And if you say, well, look, the Royals bullpen's been better than the Mariners bullpen over the last 30 days, that would be true, but that would be evened out by the fact that the Mariners are hitting harder than the Royals. And they're in playoff mode. And they're winning tight games.
I'm getting plus 114 on an over 2.5 first 5.
Oh, and I was going to tell you what it would cost here. Now, again, you can get better numbers out there. But if you wanted just to build the 4, it would be minus 145.
Yeah.
That's too expensive.
Yep. I think I'd rather just go with the over 2.5 first 5 plus money.
Great work, San Francisco 49ers. There's our guy Kent Davies in the house. He's leaning on the Ricky Pearsall props. I should copy and paste that here. So we also have stacks play today. Number 1, Vinny Pasquantino over 1.5 bases for our guy Justin McKelvey. Stacks is in. Pasquantino over 1.5 bases.
Stacks.
And then to put a bow on this, to tie it all together and make our move, we have an important question. And that is, statistically, I don't understand why the Mariners are 5 cents more expensive on the first 5.
Right.
That just does not fit our MO. The books, they don't have a vividness bias. This is all numbers that are speaking here.
Yeah, and at some books it's 10 cents more first 5 for Seattle, and that's the question mark there.
Why would that be? I mean, it means that Kolek is vulnerable too, and that just does not fit our MO. Every single bet I made yesterday when I went 4-0 on the first 5 plus half, and I could have gone 5-0 if I had the Rockies instead of the full game. it was the opposite. They shouldn't have been cheaper, or say they shouldn't have been more expensive first five, and they were all more expensive first five.
Right. Yeah, so this does not fit that mold.
That's a problem. Do you think that's a problem, Spooner?
Yeah, but like you're talking about, these numbers are built off data. Like the Royals have struggled offensively at home over the course of this season. They're bottom half of baseball. Seattle's market price is going up every day. They've been mashing the baseball for a couple of weeks now. And still you do have Stephen Kolek and Luis Castillo built into this. We see Castillo as predictably bad on the road. But, I mean, he's an all-star seasoned vet pitcher at this point, and Stephen Kolek, I mean, he's pitched really well those last few games, but if those games had gone the other way and he pitched poorly, this line would be minus 150, wouldn't it? So, I mean, they can only bring it so far.
Yeah, but Seattle's pen is, I mean, I look at last 2 weeks for pens and last 30, but certainly the last 2 weeks has been excellent. Last 30, I mean, both teams have been good. So it just seems like there's an advantage late for Seattle.
You know,
which would keep me off personally, just because the book doesn't match that.
It just doesn't fit what I've been winning at, and I like it. I like it, but again, my X's and O's tell me that Castillo should be faded here. There's enough left-handed bats to get to him. The line, you know, moving slightly towards the Royals, but my X's and O's, you know, didn't get me my ROI this year in baseball. It's combining it with the market, and it just doesn't fit the system. I think I've got to let it go.
Yeah, the only other thing you could look at is just an over in general.
Yeah.
But I'm hesitant at a juiced over 9 personally.
Well, I think that you would have to be a first 5 over.
Yeah.
If you want to do, I think that we think that Castillo is vulnerable.
2-run shot.
Say what?
A's?
2-run shot for the Athletics.
Rooker? Must have been.
Yeah, second man in the lineup, no outs.
Yep.
Okay. I don't see, like, I could sit here, and I wish I could. But you guys are very busy men, and I can't have you guys doing an hour a day or an hour a game. I like the first 5 over. And I'm going to make that decision in the next 28 minutes, Steve.
I'm going to stay off personally.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. Not flush on says, I don't want to talk anyone off a bet, but be careful with the Royals. I cannot go into details, but motivation is running really thin. Okay. Spooner, anything official for you in Mariners Royals? Or are you still kind of calibrated?
There's nothing I feel like I need to move on in this game. We can move on.
Okay, well, let's move on here. And I might mention it again. We do have 27 minutes. 3:10 p.m. Eastern is our next spot on the board. Spooner moved on the Rockies Marlins under 10.5. By the way, our NFL Cappers contest picks are live. We are going to talk Thursday Night Football with Brizzy and Justin McKelvey in a little bit later on the show. We're at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, and immediately I like your look, because I know that the public is not going to like it. They're going to see these elevated numbers. The issue is, to me, is not Sandy Alcantara, even though I would like to go over impressive road starts and find them and talk about what he's done in Colorado. The issue for me is Tanner Gordon. When he's on, he's elite. When he's not on, he can't get out of the first inning. It's a very, very strange dynamic. Let's get into the weather here at Coors, and then we'll go right to Spooner, who's moved on this game. 69 Fahrenheit, feels like 73, 3.5 miles per hour, right to left, gets up to 4.6 miles per hour. So there's just not a lot there. A Ballpark Pal, let's get this up here. Ballpark Pal has Coors plus 29%, plus 23% homers, plus 25% doubles and triples, and plus 12% singles. It's now 3-0 A's. It's 1-0 Tigers, and they're going for more.
So Kurtz must have hit a bomb too. And that kid's good.
They hit a double right before. So Kurtz hit a double.
Okay.
Look at this
Still
line.
no outs. 3-0 with a runner on.
Look at this line move, man. Good God. With these pitchers with some of the worst numbers in Major League Baseball, it's gone from 11 to 10. Huh. My problem in my cap yesterday, my cap was right. My problem in the cap was simply there's just volatility in these two bullpens. I mean, how long would you have to study the bullpens to really get a sense of like these trash-ass bullpens? And that was the mistake in my capping. And I would like to focus on the starters where we have so much data here. The splits for Alcantara are pretty good. Like his numbers should be better than they are, but there's a reason why I didn't get picked up in the deadline. For Tanner Gordon, we know his issue. Tanner Gordon gets rocked by right-handed bats. So let's take a look at the right-handed bats that Tanner Gordon's going to be going up against. Edwards is the switch, so he'll hit from the right side. You have Ramirez, Lopez, Hernandez, Norby, and Wagaman. It's not the scariest group, but 6 of 9 right-handed bats. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot. We have the 10, as I told you, but it's dropped. It was at 11 for a cup of coffee and then dropped to 10. Let's get into the money line here. From the money line standpoint, we have the Rockies at plus 149. It's exactly where they opened, so just no movement, no issues. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 51% of tickets on the Marlins, 59% of cash on the Rockies, 55% of tickets on the over, and 78% cash on the over. Spooner, take it away. I mean, you got to feel great about this movement here. Take it away.
Yeah, I like the way this line is shaping up as we get closer to first pitch. I like both of these pitchers in this environment. Tanner Gordon, you touched on it. His best starts are against some really good offenses, and he's looked very sharp. But he has been vulnerable to give up quite a few runs, give up 6 earned runs in just 4 innings to San Diego Padres. That's pretty tough and not something you like to see in the recipe. But, I mean, if I'm looking at the lineups he's been able to pitch good to, and then I sub in the Marlins bats, I think he really has it within him to come out here and have a little bit of a pitcher's duel with Sandy Alcantara, who, I mean, started out the season really rough. But if we go back his last 10 games, I mean, this looks like old Sandy. He's had 3 bad starts in the last 10 games. Mm-hmm. That's being 6 innings pitched to Philadelphia, 4 earned runs. That's not terrible. Atlanta tagged him for 5 and Houston tagged him for 6. But besides that, I mean, we're looking at all 0 or 1 earned runs. And there's just really good lineups that are much better than this Colorado team. I think 10.5 is too big of a number. I never gotten a chance at 11 that I actually saw. Definitely would have been on that. But I mean, I see some 9.5s at some public books. They're very juiced, but this is 10 now. I think that's clear indication that these pitchers, they expect to pitch well. I know the Rockies bullpen looks really bad on paper, but they got some good young arms coming up from AAA. I have some faith in them, to be honest, and just the lack of quality from these lineups right now gives me even more.
Yeah, and I've got a bias now, obviously, a recency bias from what happened last night. So I'm only gravitating towards the first 5 because I got burnt yesterday, and I just need to say that out loud so that I know that I'm dealing with it. You're in good shape. Got to feel good about where you are right now. We have angles for overs from Rod Zawacki. We talked about the bet over the total Colorado home games after 3 or more consecutive overs, 9-0 this year. It says bet over the total Miami road games against NL West opponents. Overs record is 20 in 2025, 12-2. TJ, take it away because I want to kind of just focus on Alcantara and Tanner Gordon and take the first 5 under 5.5.
2-0 Tampa. I was looking at Alcantara's record at Coors in 2019 when he was elite, 7 innings, 2 runs. 2021, still a great pitcher, 3 innings, 10 runs, 10 hits, 3 home runs, so got smashed. And then I think there was only one other time in 2023 was the last time he pitched there, and I believe that was decent. Let me just double check. 6 innings, 2 runs, 4 hits. So a mixed bag, 2 good starts. One time he got rocked. I mean, looking at his logs right now, I not too concerned about about Colorado getting to him, especially you look at what he's done on the road against the Mets, Boston, Atlanta got him, but St. Louis, 3 of his last 4 road starts have been excellent. Colorado struggles against the sinker. Against a lot of his pitch mix. Obviously, they're one of the worst batting teams in baseball, so that's not surprising. Tanner Gordon's the big question mark here, in my opinion. I could see a reason that you like him. Dodgers and Cubs at home, only 3 combined runs over 12 innings. Obviously, San Diego got to him at home, but then he went right back out and shut him down in a back-to-back against him, which was impressive from the kid. So, I like first 5 unders here, maybe a team total under. I haven't moved on it. Man, unders in Colorado are scary, but seeing only a 5, like it's usually 5.5 or 6 in Colorado, and Circa's got a 5 up there. They're most places have 5.5s, but Circa sitting confidently with a 5 makes me like the under 5.5 even more. I haven't moved on it, but those are kind of my thoughts on the game.
I am moving on it. I'm moving on it. Running nice.
Not to point anything out, but don't you not play first 5 unders? Are you talking about a first 3?
You're absolutely right. I started getting a little too excited here. You're absolutely right.
Oh, he would have been so mad if he bet that.
I would have been so upset. I'm just too excited. I get too pumped up. I'm barely sleeping. Okay, so I got to take a second and take a deep breath.
That was funny, man.
Yeah, thank you. Fuck, man. Jesus. Okay, so I've got to look at the first 3 under. Okay. Thank you, Spooner. God, this is some complicated shit. Okay.
3-0 Tampa. Let's go.
Are you on that over, TJ?
Yeah.
I joined them.
Over first 5. Oh, you did join?
Yeah, I joined you on the first 5 over, and I'm on the Rays first 5 plus 110.
The lefties. It's what's happening here. Lefties are getting to them.
That you know what, you guys, I enjoy capping with you guys so much. Like I could literally sit here for 4 hours. I mean, I understand that we need to put out a product that people enjoy watching and not just us combing over every stat for 45 minutes a game. But I'm gonna, soon I'm gonna be old. People are gonna want to see me on screen. Kids are gonna be out of the house, and I'll be sitting with you guys, spending an hour on every single one of these games in front of no cameras. And I'll be making shitloads of fucking money. Okay. The first 3 is a problem. I'll have to build the 3, which is fine. I'll have to build the 3. And one of the things about Tanner Gordon too is that when he gets touched, it's not like he gets better the second time through the lineup or anything. Like he just gets destroyed immediately.
And there's no price difference, right? No price. Yeah. First 5 is the same price.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to build this first 3 under. Here, I'm going to build this first 3 under. Okay. Yes, Billy Friedrich, we'll do that too. We'll run through, and we just talked about our leader. He's on screen with us right now, Morgan Spooner. But we'll do that when we talk NFL. We're going to talk NFL with Brizzy, Justin McKelvey. Okay, let's roll on. Spooner's on the Marlins Rockies under 10.5 minus 110. TJ, are you making a move? Or are you still working on it?
I don't think I'm going to move on this.
Okay. Let's roll on. So that concludes afternoon action here. We are in decent shape, and we still got a long way to go. So let's roll on. We have Spooner's Chicago Cubs in Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. These Cubs 88-64, 42-35 on the road. Reds 76-76, 40-34 at home. Colin Ray and Hunter Green. Hunter Green coming off getting touched in Sacramento. 2 1/3, 4 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 homers, 3 Ks, and 4 walks. At home this year, he's been unbelievable. 10 earned runs in 9 starts. In 53 1/3, he's only allowed 27 hits. He's in 53 1/3, he struck out 70 and walked 13. He's only allowed 5 home runs at home. He's allowed 10 on the road. Remember, this is offensive ballpark. At home, opponents are hitting 145 against him. He's a monster. Colin Ray is a vet who's done a hell of a job for the Cubs this year. 10-6, 4.23 ERA, 1.31 WHIP. He's allowed 3 earned runs over 5 1/3 in a 5-4 loss at home versus the Rays. He's not looked as good now as he did earlier. And we know Colin Ray's problem, and that is left-handed bats.
Yep.
So we have Friedel, lead off. Dela Cruz moved up to third because he can hit from left-hand side. Then you have Gavin Lux. And that's it. That's it. So it's the front of the lineup. I'm surprised they don't use an opener. Use an opener, someone can get through a left-handed bat just for the one inning and then, and then let Ray go. But so that is the issue here is Colin Ray against lefties. This is probably a good matchup for him. Right? I mean, Friedel, Dela Cruz, and Lux.
Yeah.
Probably a good matchup for him. Okay. Cubbies versus righties, last 30 days, 249, 747 OPS. Reds versus righties, 247, 24 OPS. Cubs bullpen, 3.50 ERA. Reds bullpen, 4.69 ERA. And we have our guy, Kong's Clips. Kong's Clips on green, 7 or more strikeouts at minus 132. That is the play of the day from Kong's Clips. Let's take a look at the weather here in Cincy. Sorry, let me get down there. We have 82 Fahrenheit, feels like 84, 2.6 miles per hour to right field. Then it's just left to right across the diamond. Not a lot going on there. Ballpark Pal has Great American Ballpark plus 5%, plus 9% homers, even for doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. Coin saying any letdown from Chicago Cubs clinching a playoff spot. There's people see it differently. And I'd be very curious to hear what a Cubs fan sees it as. But, the bigger the party, the bigger the mistake. Nobody's happy about making the playoffs. You're not winning the division. You got a job to fucking do. I understand it's a long season and you want your players to have a good time, but I certainly wouldn't be in there celebrating with them. Remember when Kobe Bryant was up 2-0 in the NBA Finals and he just kept repeating, job's not done? Let's get into the line history here for this one. We're going to go to the full game. Now, obviously, can't all be fucking Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. Can't all be competitive like that. But this total is an 8.5. It opened up at 9, dropped to 8.5. From a money line standpoint here, we have Cincinnati at minus 137. Open up minus 135, so almost no movement. And then cash flow here, 55% of the tickets on the Reds and 51% of cash, 78% of tickets on the under and 89% of cash. I'm a little surprised. So then we need to touch on one more thing here. Padres have tied it up at 1. We need to touch on one more thing here, and that is what is the price difference? Because it should be big.
It is.
Here at 365, the Reds are minus 150 full game. And then first 5, they were minus 165, so at least 15 cents. Okay, let's hear from Spooner. It is your Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, I think the spots I liked most in this game kind of moved in the direction that I liked, but I didn't move on them. Like the under 9 last night looked appealing to me. The Reds haven't been scoring at home like you would think any team that plays in Great American would, and I fully expect Hunter Green to pitch really well versus this Cubs lineup today. And then just the Reds themselves. I don't think it's a huge letdown spot for the Cubs. They're not clenching the division or anything. They wrapped up a wild card spot. This team had higher aspirations than this, and it took them really kind of falling apart middle of the season to wind up in this situation. So I don't think there's any parties or letdown spots, but on the opposite side, the Reds are still playing for that wild card spot. So I think if any team's more locked in, it would be the Reds. Just having their best pitcher on the mound, the ace, I have no want to try to back the Cubs here. This is a Reds or nothing spot for me. And after looking at minus 125 last night and not pulling the trigger, I can't do it at minus 140. And some books, it's even more.
That's fair. Because I want the market to let me know. So for me, I switched the money line to a minus 1 and understand that's how I'm capping now. I need the market to give me an indication. But there's other cappers that want to beat those line moves. So there's so many different ways around here. So I completely understand. And I have now just thought, this is how I cap. I will have to take a -1, and if I push and not win, I'll deal with those, consequences. But I completely understand what you're saying. Von Polo on the under. TJ, take it away for us, Cubs Reds.
Yeah, I agree that on paper this should be a good lineup for Colin Ray, just because of the lefties he's facing don't give you much danger. But I did have to go back because it's a familiar foe. Ray's obviously seen the Reds a couple times, and these guys get to him, man. De La Cruz, who we know is a lefty, who's probably going to get to him anyway. 2 home runs, 7 of 16. Gavin Lux, 4 of 8 with the bomb. And Spencer Spear, 6 of 16, batting 375 with a 1.0 OPS. I mean, overall, they're 333 with a 991 OPS off him and 117 plate appearances. It's not a small sample size there. So it's and getting later in the year, and we've seen Ray kind of be up and down, back and forth, but overall, not an above average pitcher, I would say at this point. Average at best. And Green at home, I see no reason to expect that the Cubs get to him today. I'm very interested in Cincinnati first 5 -0.5, but I haven't, I've kind of written those off, and it's been good for me. I almost would just rather lay the juice, but I think what I'm going to do here is look at a Cubs team total under, specifically for the first 5. It's going to be pricey. I expect it to be a 1.5. Or the first 3 under, 2.5, just overall. So I don't know, Jimmy, you have an insight there?
Yeah, I think that it is a 9 that's come down to 8.5, so there's a little bit less volatility. But I mean, I'd be surprised if we have to win this 3-2. I think your first 5 team total under is sound, but as sound as the Reds first 5 -0.5. I'm going to bet the Reds first 5 -0.5. Okay. I think it's just pick your. They're both sound. They're both very correlated. Both very similar. Spooner, what would you like better?
That's really tough. The first 5, because you can just isolate everything to Hunter Green. You take all the other variables out of this. I think that's just how I would play it if I was forced between those 2 bets.
But the 2 bets being the Cubs first 5 team total under 1.5, or the Reds first 5 -0.5.
So with that -0.5, you're now expecting the Reds bats to do something. I like the Cubs team total under in that situation better, just because I fully believe Hunter Green can go out there, go 5 innings, pitch 0 and run baseball versus this team today.
Yeah. What is the line you're getting on the first 5 team total under 1.5?
Plus 108.
Oh, you're getting plus money too.
Just looking at one more thing here.
I do want to win this bet 3-2 though.
Yeah.
If I need to. So I see both, and the plus money is appealing. I need to open up the first 5 team total unders more. I don't bet them enough. I'm going to stick with the first 5 Reds first 5 -0.5. I'm also moving on Seattle, Kansas City, first 5 over 5.
You know what, Jimmy? I'm going to do both. I might get in trouble today with these double ups, but I just have value on both bets. So I'm going to take the Cubs first 5 team total under 1.5 plus 108, and I'm going to take the Reds first 5 -0.5 minus 110.
Under 1.5 plus 108, and the Reds.
Hey, Jim, I got to get rolling, actually.
Okay, my man. Sorry that we stuck here so long. It's just...
No, this is great. This is what we're here to do.
Do you have any official action on the rest? I guess you don't now. That's your card.
Nope. I have the double up there with the Athletics. I have the Jays, which looks terrible right now in that under in the Colorado game. As you guys break down, if I do add anything, I'll put it in the chat and tweet it out.
Respect, Spooner, my man. Thank you so much for joining us today. I love seeing you on top of the Cappers Contest leaderboard. Tell everybody where they can find you at midnight.
At midnight tonight. And most nights I'll be over there on the Sauce Network breaking down the baseball card for the next day. Be here with you rest of the Thursday for baseball season, and always find me on X at Spoons Bets. Good luck with your action, TJ. Great to see you, man.
You too,
love
buddy.
Captain Baseball with you this year. It's been a great addition.
For sure. Same.
There's our guy, Morgan Spooner. All right, so I'm just going to lock this in.
It's fine.
Here.
Just don't scroll to the bottom of the Cappers contest. I bet dogs, and I believe favorites of 3.5 or more in the NFL are like 19-1 to start.
Jesus, is that right?
Yeah, and I think favorites of 3 or more are 16-3. Like it's crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Insane.
It's got to flip.
Oh, it's got to flip. Yeah, that is insane.
But I'm
okay. TJ.
Yep.
I need to put this out.
What game's next?
The Mariners game on X. I bet it, but I got to put it out on X here. Yankees, Orioles. Oriole Park, Camden Yards, Baltimore, Maryland. Fried, Povich, couple lefties.
Yeah, I got a couple lefties going here in Baltimore. I live not too far away. The weather looks pretty nice. It's been a little rainy the last couple of days, but obviously Yankees are big favorites here with Fried on the mound. We have them opening at minus 195, 80% of the money on them, 70% of the bets, and just a 4-cent move to them there on the side. So just to get these out of the way first, it's opened at 8.5, but it was heavily juiced to the over, and now we're sitting at a 9. Kind of basically you can get at minus 102 to the over. We got a little bit more money on the under, about half the bets, and 61% money on the under. Cade Povich, so far he's been up and down. I mean, I would say, it depends on the opponent he's faced. His last 4 starts, 2-4, 2-4 earned runs allowed. Before that, 3-1, 4-0. So it's kind of just, doesn't really get blown up in that he's not allowing 5 or 6 runs, but he never really holds the opponent down never really shuts him down. Yankees probably going to get a couple. Pretty safe to say that. Lefties versus the Yankees. The Yankees have been hitting lefty starters. They got 3 off Crochet. They got 6 off Rambler, 2 off Martin Perez, 3 off Mackenzie Gore, 6 off Seymour, who we saw pitch well yesterday. So they've definitely been getting to lefty starters right now. Over the last 30 days, they're top 10 against lefties. They're top 3 over the last 30 days, way to run created plus OPS overall, and they've been excellent on the road. So might be danger here for Cade Povich. Max Fried on the other side, shutting down lefties. Righties get to him a little bit more, well, at least for xFIP and WHIP, but I don't have batting average pulled up. He's been solid. I mean, Toronto got to him for 3, but other than that, his last 5 starts, Houston, Washington, Boston twice, he's looked good. He did have that rough 3-stretch start at the beginning of August there, where Texas, Houston, and St. Louis got to him, but it looks like he's kind of back in his groove now. I am a little bit concerned with the 9 hits and 2 walks and only 5 1/3 in his last start versus Boston. But that was their second time seeing him in 2.5 weeks. I don't know if we can attribute any of that there, but it might mean his stuff is just not quite as sharp. That said, Orioles are struggling against lefties other than, 2 big standouts. If you go back their last 7 outings, Robbie Ray, they got 6 off him and they got 6 off Cortez. But other than that, the last few have been able to hold him down, only 2 off Kershaw, and we've had a few openers just hold him down. The Yankees pin's obviously terrible, so we definitely have to take that into consideration if you're doing a full game bet on the Yankees. A little bit of a warning sign for you there. I do have this thing modeled as a Yankee win by about 0.7 runs, which equates to what I would call a fair line in the minus 170s. So just on a value side, I guess I would have to start to look Baltimore, being my initial look. Do have the Yankees significantly favored as the first 5 minus a half. That price, you're getting the same price full game, which makes sense because the Yankees pen is going to be their weakness. Mm-hmm. And Fried is expensive. Minus a half is looking at minus 135 in that range. So weather-wise, we have just a little bit of wind, 3 miles per hour, blowing out, clear skies, 74 degrees. Man, perfect baseball weather. I wish I could get to this game. But yeah, that's kind of where we're set up.
Yeah, it's a great setup. Plus 13% runs, plus 13% homers, plus 8% doubles and triples, plus 5% singles. I understand the Orioles have started to hit lefties. Okay, 3 2As now. The Orioles are starting to hit lefties, and Cade Povich has, he's got consecutive home starts. The start means something to him. He's not been very good at home, and I could imagine moving on the Yankees on the -1 line, or moving on the Yankees first 5 -1/2 at that opening line at -170. Do you know what the Yankees are here at 365? They're -220
For the full game or first half?
for full game. They're -210 first 5.
Jeez, it's 20 cents off market.
It's just too expensive.
That's DraftKings numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Jose Perez. Oh, they're talking about the Mets game. I think that's what you're talking about when the over looks free, because you just talked about Vasquez giving it up. But, but yeah, I don't find an appealing edge here.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't often, these -200s, like, they're priced that way for a reason. It's sometimes hard, and Yankees Baltimore, man, weird things happen. Like I said, if I was to bet this, the only way I could go is just throwing something fun on Baltimore, but I don't do this for fun. So,
Yeah, I don't find it appealing. Fried has sort of righted the ship.
Yeah.
But not completely, because that first 2 months of the year, he was one of arguably the best pitchers. He was throwing like Tariq Skubal. So, yeah, I don't feel an edge there, and I'm comfortable moving on. And I think we should do that. We got Robert Cherry in the house. He's all over Yankees double result, and he's also on first 5 -1/2 and full game -1.5. Judge with the jack as well. Fried 6 or more Ks. All Yankees for our guy Robert Cherry. JM also on the Yankees as well. Yeah, this doesn't appeal to me. You'd have to think first 5, but Cade's pitching better with the consecutive home starts.
Yeah, and it's juiced over 4.5, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:40 p.m. Eastern, we have the LA Angels, 69-83, 32-45 on the road. I mean, they've never been able to put it all together, but for a lot of the year they were hitting, and that stopped. I mean, this is the worst team in Major League Baseball over the last 30 against right-handed bats, 191, 610 OPS. And then Yusei Kikuchi was pitching poorly, and then went to Seattle and turned that around. Now, he's had a decent year, but there's 3 rough starts in a row. And he's a guy that I want to back at home, not on the road. And I really, honestly, I don't care that much if you can go into Seattle and deliver.
Yeah, it's a comfortable spot.
Yeah. We have Quinn Priester, who's been, revelation this year. Robert Franklin on the Brewers, -1. I really feel like I left money on the table not backing the Brewers yesterday, but it was expensive. I would have taken the run line. I try not to do that. I did look at how expensive the -1 was, and probably still should have bet it. Here, Priester is now at 146 2/3, and I'm starting to worry about him. He's still pitching well, and now he has the consecutive home starts, and he's been pretty good at home. Just 53 hits over 60 innings, 25 earned runs in 11 games, 8 starts. And the Angels aren't hitting. The Brewers are hitting righties quite a bit harder than lefties right now, but they still have good numbers against lefties. 5-1 Mets.
There you go. Good bet. I was a little bit scared for you on that one.
Oh God, Matt, backing Jonah Tong in that situation. Yeah. I mean, but again, like
perfect reading. The
market being so expensive, first 5, the lineup working for him with the splits, but fortunate and thankful. The bullpen is a huge advantage to the Brewers, and the spreadsheet play of the day from Ron Crawford is the Brewers on the run line. Spreadsheet play of the day from Ron Crawford is the Brewers on the run line. So we have an 8, dropped from 8.5. Kikuchi is someone who can handle the large amount of innings as well. I'm not, he can handle. I don't worry about him with arm fatigue. It could have been that something he was dealing with, but then he had that really nice start with the Mariners. The Brewers have gone from -175 to -203. My first thought is it probably should have opened up at minus 190 or minus 200. Again, this doesn't really. But I've left a lot of money on the table when we talk about the Brewers. When we get to the cash flow here, interleague action, 71% of tickets on the Brewers, 67% of cash, 80% of tickets on the under, and 88% of cash on the under. Yeah, great work, BJ, man. You nailed that one. Yep. So there's not a lot that appeals to me here again. Another big favorite that should take care of business. I'll tell you this: I find the Brewers more appealing than the Yankees. But I don't know. Is there an angle that you've got here? Because you have made a lot of money on the Brewers, even when the market is implying that it's a questionable spot for them. Even when the market says fade them, you've backed them and backed them and backed them, and they're being richly rewarded. What's your thoughts here?
Yeah, I was on them for a good while there. That was fun. But Angels look like they've given up, man. These games aren't even competitive.
Yeah,
2 runs, 2, 3, 1. They're just. And then you look, Priester. Brewers have won 18 straight Priester starts. 18 straight. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Only 4 of those didn't cover the run line, and those were against competitive teams. I mean, the Angels are dust. It's just sad. They're just going out there for 12 more games to get this season over with. I'm with Ron on this, and again, this isn't a bet I make often, but I'm on Milwaukee run line minus 102. Wow. They have the advantage everywhere, and I know that they can go righty lefty, but they can also load up, and the projected lineup today is 7 righties, other than Turang and Yelich.
They're offering that at plus 110 at 365. That's off market. That's higher than every other book I'm looking at.
That's crazy.
I'm surprised that
they make some stands. I don't know. FanDuel is plus 100, so I guess. But other ones I respect are minus 107, minus 111. That range. Let me see if we've seen a lot of movement on it. Yeah, it was plus. I mean, it was plus 120. So 20 cents of movement that way. Yep, this was a low analysis one for me. More motivation wise, Milwaukee's still looking for that 1 seed, and this is a spot they're just going to smash 7-1 type game. Milwaukee run line.
The plus 110 does create a situation where I can bet the minus 1. It's not impossible for Kikuchi to pitch well here.
There's a non-zero chance of that, but even if he gives up 3 over 6, you still got 3 innings of the Angels pen.
Yeah.
And can the Angels score more than 2 runs? What's their team total at? Let's look at this.
Look, if I use Penny's money line, and then I use I'm doing it. If I use Penny's money line and then I use 365's run line, I'm getting a minus 1 at minus 135.
Oh wow. Yeah, let me see what I can play with then, because I do that too. A lot of people just do the run line calculator and use one book.
Yeah.
So you get to have money in different accounts, because you can you can bet one money line there and one.
Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm gonna bet it right now.
186. Let me put this
in. And I really want to focus on the Giants-Dodgers game. So if you guys could just give us a second here while I lock this in, because I really want to focus. I think that I really want to cap that Dodgers-Giants game and spend some time on it. It's our last game on the board here. Then we are joined by Daby Cab. Daby Cab joining us for 2 spots in college football. And then we have our guys, Justin Mcelvy and Billy Brisbane, for WNBA and NFL. So it's the show is rolling, and we're making money. And
yeah, that plus 110 really makes a big difference. I can't get that. The best I can do is minus 141. I'm just gonna go, just because I believe in the end of the game. There's such a big advantage. I'm just gonna take the minus 101 full game.
Yeah, I get it. But
I would be with you if I can get a 1 in the 130s.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, and then here. Okay, let me just quickly do this and this, and we are in business. One of the rare opportunities for me to have money on the Brewers. I've got the futures, which I'm extremely excited about. But okay, so I'm just gonna.
Next game is fascinating.
I can't wait to talk about it. That's why I just want to get this out. So if you guys, I literally just need 30 more seconds here. Let's go. Here we go. And then I did this. Can you give us an update on the scores right now?
Yeah, we got Cleveland, Detroit tied 1-1, 2 outs in the top of the fourth. The Mets are up 5-1 in the bottom of the third. We just had a line drive catch for diving catch in Tampa, so they're up 3-0 going to the bottom of the fourth. We definitely need one more run there.
We need one more
from either team to at least get the push, which we're going to get to that third time through the lineup here, so I'm comfortable with that. If I had to take the bet now, I would still do it. A's Boston 3-2 in the top of the third. So those that expected a high-scoring game are on to something there. I like what we're seeing so far. And KC just got KC Seattle. Who is pitching for KC? Why am I drawing a blank right now?
What's his name? Kolek.
Yeah, he got through the first inning, and there's one out in the bottom of the first. Bobby Witt's at bat.
Okay. I'm in on the Brewers, and we can roll on to this fascinating. I love this next game that we have. Now, it might not be the easiest move to make here. Steve G, by the way, on Demidov for the Calder, plus 200 for Le Habitant. Not far away. NHL is not far away. Okay, let's talk. 10:10 p.m. Eastern. This is our final MLB game on the card. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you, TJ, Spooner, and Bobano for joining us to cap MLB. Giants 76-76, 38-39 on the road at the LA Dodgers, 85-67, 49-28 at home. We're at Dodger Stadium, Chavez Ravine, Los Angeles, California. Weather-wise here, this is a fun one. 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 3.9 miles per hour to right field, dies down to 2.1 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pals expectations here. We have Dodger Stadium plus 2%, and Justin McCelvy moving on the Dodgers run line at plus 140. The plus 2% overall runs, it's plus 15% home runs, something you rarely see, minus 5% doubles and triples, and minus 2% singles. Go back to switches it up. Oh, it's warm in LA tonight. Okay.
Yep.
Much warmer than usual. And so it's blowing out softly, but very, very warm. I imagine we would, Wager Detective. It's a good, that's a great idea.
What's Snips doing right now?
Snips is working. He's got a ton of stuff.
Okay.
He's got all the graphics up, but it's extremely busy day. For Snips, multiple shows he's producing right now. My dude, birthday pick for my dude, absolutely you can, and I probably should have already.
Your birthday pick was the Mets minus a half.
Probably should be one of those. Oh, and I haven't. Probably should have put that Reds, but I can move on to Reds. Like I didn't tweet out Reds, did I? I think that's still to come here. Oh, no, I did. I'm done. Okay. Unless I want to add something here. Okay, beautiful. Okay. And Nuffle saying it's crazy humid in LA. But absolutely, my dude, my friend, absolutely. So let's talk about this very fun rivalry. Logan Webb versus Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Both pitchers faced their opponents last week, but Yoshinobu Yamamoto's in that extra day of rest. He was in that really fun start against Verlander. Yamamoto pitched great, 7 innings, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 10 Ks and a walk, and a 5-1 extra inning loss. The Giants. He's had 10 strikeouts exactly in each of his last 3 starts. Then you have Logan Webb coming off a poor performance at home, 13-7 loss, 4 innings, 10 hits, 6 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 2 walks. He's not been that good on the road, but he's allowed 9 home runs at home and only 5 on the road. He is allowing opponents to hit 272 against him, and lefties hit him harder than righties. The projected lineup has lefties all the way through it. The only righties in the lineup are Mookie Betts, Teo Hernandez, and Andy Pajas. You have Otani, Freeman, Muncy, Conforto, Edmund the Switch, who will hit from the left-hand side, and rushing the catcher. So maybe this is just a bad lineup for them. Maybe it's just. But I do. Well, let's let the market do some talking here. Why don't we do that? We have. Oh, sorry, I got the run line up. Let me switch this over. So no runs in that first inning. If this is a very low scoring game in Kansas City, I'll know that it's the nines that are getting to me. The nines are confusing me. I've got to start focusing on the nines and think about what I'm doing wrong with the nines, because there's been a lot of spots that I've screwed up over the last little while, and they're all totals at 9.
Yeah, and like I said, I would have thought that would have been an 8.5, and then the 9 got to me too. I just didn't bet anything, but it made me think there's going to be runs because they put it at 9.
Exactly, and that remember that was the exact same in the Verlander start.
Yep.
So I've gonna. So we have the Dodgers opening up -155. They're now -168. 13 cents of movement towards the Dodgers. It's been constantly moving, but not at an alarming degree. From a total side of things here, we have a 7.5, very low total. This was an 8. It was -120 to the under. They moved it to 7.5 a little after midnight and just left it there. I'd like to look at a different book. Here, this is the same deal. But this book opened it up 8 hours later at 10:44 p.m. 7.5, a sharp book, -105 to the under, and that's exactly where it is right now. So no movement. So when we take a look at the cash flow here, we have 65% of tickets, 75% of cash on the Dodgers, 50% of tickets, 50-50 on the ticket count for the total, but 59% cash on the under. Nothing really has become illuminated to me from breaking this one down. Nothing. The only thing that I would want to look at here would be the price difference first 5, and then what has happened, batter versus pitcher versus the Dodgers, what's happened against the Dodgers, and then what's happened when Webb's being lit up and smoked this year.
Yeah, I have batter pitcher pulled up if you want me to hit that quick.
I do. Let me just give you the first 5 difference. Dodgers are public book -170 for the Dodgers full game, and -165 first 5. So there's the 5 cents cheaper. The 5 cents more expensive for the Giants on the first 5 when Yamamoto has better numbers and the bullpen advantage is the Giants.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Very interesting. Both teams are hitting righties at the same level. And then again, we talked about the issues with lefties. So yeah, what is the matchup?
Yeah, well, there's a ton of history here, and Logan Webb gets rocked. Specifically, I only want to talk about guys that are starting, but Betts, 42 at bats, 381 batting average, 1. OPS. Let's look at Freddie Freeman, 16 for 46, 348, 853 OPS. Teoscar, 7 of 19. Max Muncy, 3 home runs and 32 at bats. Shohei Ohtani, 2 home runs, 7 of 19. I mean, the top 5 in this Dodger lineup smashes historically. Logan Webb and Yamamoto, obviously not as much of his history, but 66 at bats, only 10 hits for these guys. That's a 152 batting average, 2 home runs, but only a 506 OPS because there's only 2 doubles in there. Everything else is singles. So 10 hits, 4 extra base hits in 66 at bats, and the guy's dealing. It's I don't see this as that number is so confusing. If the Dodgers are 15 cents more expensive first 5, I would be all over them here. Probably at a -1 for the full game because they're number 1 last 30 versus sinker. They're top 10 on the season. They're top 5 against the slider and change. I mean, that's 80% of Logan Webb's pitch mix. They're obviously smashing the last 30 days. They're top 10 or top 8 in baseball, top 5. They're crushing bullpens late in games. The Giants are the exact opposite. They've been hot for a while, but started to cool off a bit, and they're not good at the end of games. This one, that first 5 line, and maybe we're looking. I don't think we're looking too much into this because we've been successful since we started doing this. That should be 10 cents, at least 10 cents more expensive for Yamamoto. So, but the total's so low, so they're saying Webb's going to deal.
They are,
and the X's and O's do not match up for me that Webb's going to deal because it's not just, the whole team's history. It's those specific 5 guys that he's definitely going to see twice, maybe a third time. I mean, that's a lot of at-bats. That's a lot of history. A lot of times we look at batter versus pitcher and the guy's got 4 or 5 at-bats. No, we're talking about 46, 48, 35 at-bats. There's not much left you can do to fool them at that point. So it's just your stuff versus their stuff. And, man, I don't like it's fishy. It's fishy.
We got another run from the Athletics. It's, you have Nutflush Allen saying this is a dead over. And yet they've dropped it down to 7.5 in very offensive conditions. Nutflush has gone up against the market in Giants games and succeeded time and time again. But it does not make sense that the Giants would be more expensive first 5 at all. The only possible explanation is that Logan Webb is now a vet and he can show them other things. He's capable. We have Yamamoto off a brilliant start. Can he be different? Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to because he shut them down. The only possible bet. Now, again, the X's and O's are telling a different story, but the only possible bet from the market is the Giants first 5 plus a half.
Yeah. And I'm just not going to let only the market get me there. I can understand if people do.
I agree.
But I'd rather leave that on the table personally. But everything's screaming under.
I agree. It's going to be one of those games, I imagine, where and I don't think we should get in the habit of just focusing solely on. I think that we have to decipher between which spots correlate with our X's and O's and the market.
Right.
And which ones are just X's and O's and which ones are just market. And if we get in the habit of betting solely on the market, you'll pull up a game, you'll see a line move towards, you'll see the money on the other side, and you'll just bet it. And it doesn't matter if it's cricket.
Yep.
So I just think it's a bad habit. So I don't want to start it here. But I imagine I'm going to text you tonight and say, well, the market was right.
I know. I was just going to say that. This is one of those games where at 11 o'clock tonight, we're texting like, but you're right. I don't think you can compromise on that. And I've actually been talking to a few of you guys on my DMs about this week a lot because, Jimmy does talk about the market more than most other shows. And so I'll get DMs, hey, 70% here and money moves here. We have to take this side, right? And I'm like, no, what do your X's and O's say? Because, yes, that's a big part of it. But for me personally, I can't have that conviction unless I can find an angle in the data. And like I said, I'd rather leave a winner on the table than be on a loser. But,
So let's just touch on it a little bit more because it's pretty exciting. And he has pitched at Chavez Ravine this year on June 13th, and he completely shut them down. It was a brilliant outing. They won 6-2. He allowed 2 hits. He didn't strike out many bad. He struck out 4, walked 3, but it was a beautiful start. And then he faced them at home the start before the All-Star break, and he got lit up and got smoked.
Yeah, last year he faced him twice at Dodger Stadium. 16 hits and 8.2 innings, 9 runs.
Yeah, it just doesn't correlate. It's flimsy. So yes, I think that's the best bet here, but it just doesn't work enough, and let's let it go.
The year before that, he shut him down. It's just back and forth. It's hard, and with the price, the playoffs, there's a lot on the line here. So could he step up? Yeah, I think it's probably more likely that he does.
Yeah, so do I. He's a gamer. All right, I'm comfortable, and I love where we stand right now. A birthday pick for my dude. I mean, looking at the moves we've made, there really wasn't one that, other than when we were all got on the A's. When we all got on the A's first 5 plus, I should have said my dude. Because the other ones I liked, we moved on them, but they were somewhat flimsy in nature. So then I will give you a birthday pick. A birthday pick for me, my dude, of the one that I'm strongest on is, and we watched TJ double up on it in 2 different bets, not doubling up on the one bet, but it's the Reds first 5 minus a half. It's Hunter Green at home going up against Colin Ray. Yes, there's only 3 lefties in that Reds bat. If they were using an opener I probably would think differently about it, because then they can get through those first 3 left-handed bats, and you gave us the stats about them touching up, Ray. I mean, when it comes down to it, Hunter Green's coming off a bad start. He didn't throw many pitches. He's probably upset. He's coming home where he's had 9 starts and he's allowed 10 earned runs.
Phenomenal, yeah.
So, yeah, that'd be it for me, my dude. And I need to break out of my funk. Randall Sheffield, I gave a loser to on his birthday, and Kong, that's 2 in a row. I need to conjure up the magic of this man right here. I love how much he hates that picture. I love it.
And the song.
TJ, great work. Great work. So we have a ton of action in play for the games that are still to come. We have, not a lot left. We have TJ's double up. Cubs first 5 team total 1.5 and plus 108, and the Reds first 5 -0.5. I'm also on the Reds first 5 -0.5. And Con Green gave us the play of the day. Green 7 or more strikeouts -152. We left the Yankees Orioles game alone. We moved on the Brewers. I got the -1 at -135. That was very thankful that 365 had the +110, which was a shock that it was available. And then we have stayed off the Giants-Dodgers game. That was extremely enjoyable. Now, I mean, obviously part of it is that, we're seeing success with our breakdowns on these afternoon games. Obviously, that plays a big role. But I don't think we're going to get to that first 5 over, bottom of the 5th with 2 out. So it's not going to be like just a complete smash and grab. But I enjoyed the capping very, very much. I enjoyed finding the angles. I enjoyed it. So thank you so much for making time. I know you're very busy today. Thank you for jumping on with us, TJ. And again, I keep mentioning it, but TJ's opened up his DMs for anyone who's looking to procure better lines, and it's crucial. It's so crucial to long-term success, and you don't often have professional gamblers that offer that up. And you have one offering it up here who lines change 5 to 8 cents when he places a bet at whatever book he places it at. So please take advantage of this gracious opportunity. I put his X handle here in the chat. My dude, happy birthday, my man. And we just heard from Daby Cab, who's coming on next. He's got a birthday pick for you as well.
There you go.
Justin Mcelvy says that he appreciates you, TJ. We all do, TJ. Thank you.
Thanks for all the love, man. And as often as I can get on here, I'll be on here. I just love it. It makes me better. Some guys in the chat and Jimmy capping with him and other guys on screen, it makes all of us better. So the more angles, the more ways you can learn to do it is just good for all of us. And it's fun. This is, these are my friends. So I appreciate you letting me come on and cap with you, and good luck the rest of the day, my man.
Respect. There he is, our friend TJ. Well, that was very enjoyable. And money talks. Money talks very softly into my ear. It says very nice things about me. And money's coming in. Let's move on to college football. And what a great group. What a great group of cappers we have. We also have, after this, a WNBA and NFL with Brizzy and Justin Mcelvy. But first, we have the star of Medicate Mondays every Monday and the tailgate every Saturday. And it's college football season. It's his time of year. Please welcome from Dallas, Texas, our guy, Mr. Daby Cab. Daby, what's good, man? How are you?
I see the people in the chat saying, give it. I got you guys. It's the first game we're capping. So I want to say what's up first, but I got you for the birthday pick. Jimmy, I don't know if you got player props in college football, but I highly recommend rolling with this one with me as well when we go over it.
I can. I can definitely move on player props in college football. So consider me interested right away, my friend. And this is double up time for us on a game. And that, I think, really helps too. You want to see different angles of cappers that you respect and how they are attacking a game. And Jose does a great job. He edits them together, and they're you can hear. And he also has the cappers who are breaking down the game now on the thumbnails, which I think is a really nice touch. And all of that stuff takes time. And thank you, Jose, for putting in all of the time for us to cut up all these videos and set them up for everybody. We head to Fort Worth, Texas. Daby Cab, Fort Worth, Texas, for our first game on the board. And your guy, quarterback of the TCU Horned Frogs, Mr. Edgar Hoover, ex-president of the United States, playing very, very well. Josh Hoover Jr. right now, looking very, very good. 2 games he has played so far this year, and it's, he hasn't needed to play near the end of the games. 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, throwing for a combined 600 yards. Josh Hoover looking very good. Heath, Texas's own Josh Hoover. We already heard from Wine Time Sports. He gave us the over 62 in this one at -110, and he gave us SMU +7. And I'm now, again, we don't know how good TCU is. And I think we do know how good SMU is or we have a much better idea because of the Baylor game, of which I was on Baylor. So I'm very interested to hear your breakdown here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and see the differences here that we've been dealing with from our breakdown yesterday. So we've had 24 hours, and there was massive line movement in the games that we've already discussed a second time. Massive line movement in those just in the last 24 hours. So let's see what we're dealing with right now. We do have the strong 7. This was not a 7. This became, I guess it was just very light vig on the 7. Now this is juiced heavy. There was a 13-cent move to TCU this morning at 10:59 a.m. It looks like 7.5s are on the way. We have yet to see one. Feels like 7.5s are on the way. And that is such a big move in football. The 6.5 through the 7 to the 7.5. We know how big the 6.5 through the 6 to the 5.5 is for dogs. For favorites, the 6.5 through the 7 to the 7.5 is a monstrous move. When we get to the total here, it is climbing. It is now at 63.5. Well, actually, I guess it's not, because it had moved all the way up to 64.5 yesterday. It was really a 64 because it was so juiced. But now we have a 63.5. So this moved from 64.5 to 64 at 6:30 p.m. last night, and then moved to 63.5 5 minutes ago. Just 5 minutes ago, it moved from 64 to 63. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, I will pull it up here. It'll just take 1 second. So let's get the cash flow up, and then we'll hear how Daby Cab is attacking. We have 53% of the tickets on SMU and 72% of the cash. 80% of tickets on the over and 83% of cash on the over. Daby Cab, it is time for you to fire away. Jose Perez says, Daby be firing. Take it away.
I think you probably know where I like the prop here with Hoover. So let me just say my bet, and then I'll tell you guys why I like it and what I'm looking at and thinking in this game. I took Hoover over 2.5 passing touchdowns, plus 124. Absolutely love the fucking number. And I love the situational alignment for why this bet lines up for me, right? Now I know both these teams are close, so not a big travel thing, and neither of these schools are big enough to have imposing crowds like what's going to be in Norman, Oklahoma this weekend. I understand that. However, Sonny Dykes and Josh Hoover, they want this game. You saw it in the chat. They got 66 points put up against them against SMU last year. It was an absolute ass beating. There were 5 turnovers in that game. SMU's defense scored 3 times. It was just a disgusting, ugly football game. What TCU went out and did, and we'll see how well they did in this game maybe, and maybe in a couple going forward. But what they did, Jimmy, is they buffed up on the offensive line, and they solidified their defense. Okay, I'm not saying TCU has a good defense here, but they're a lot better than they were last year, and their offensive line is good. It's not just okay, it's a good offensive line. Josh Hoover, when you give him time in the pocket, he is a top quarterback in the country. There's no question about that. Jennings on the other side, good quarterback, also needs to make sure he doesn't turn the football over, is a little bit more mobile than Josh Hoover. So that's why you're seeing this total as high as it's gotten. And I'm surprised it came back down. I'm shocked it doesn't just keep going up. Because like I said, SMU hit the damn total on their own, and TCU had another 42 points to go along with it last year. I don't think we see the same football game because I don't think we see 5 turnovers. But if you look, let's say where the total is right now, that would give you an implied final score of TCU 35.2 and SMU 28.2. Okay, so essentially, let's say that we do land somewhere around there, which I think those numbers are a little low. I think we're looking at a 40 and a 30 type game here with whoever wins. Getting 3 passing touchdowns out of Josh Hoover is if the total even gets close to that, we're going to get it. Okay. And at plus money, and as a guy who came back to TCU, he could have gone to other schools. He could have gone to the SEC. He could have gone a lot of fucking places. He could have gone and been a really good quarterback at a lot of places, but he stayed with Sonny Dykes, the ex-SMU coach here at TCU. He stayed with this program. They went and got him offensive line. Right now, if you look at his numbers, he's always been good over the middle, but right now he's the second in the nation when it comes to passes outside the numbers. So he's able to hit those corners well. TCU is going to be throwing the football up and down the field here. And I think Hoover gets his over 2.5 touchdowns. I love the bet so much that there's no way I would bet the side or the total here, because I'm one of those people that it's like, I love having action. Don't get me wrong. But like, if I feel like I've got it, Jimmy, I don't keep digging, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, yeah, you have your angle that's going to get you paid. One thing that that we're starting to do in MLB with all of the angles is, what is the angle where we're not sort of guessing? What is the, like, in that, we cut one angle out, we cut another angle out, we cut another angle out. And yesterday it came down to the athletics team total over. That we knew. And so we cut everything else out.
Yeah.
Except
that's how I feel about this.
No,
TCU could lose the football game, and I still think he hits this prop.
No, and then also you have capped the game, which will allow you to bet it live if something becomes available for you. And that's Absolutely. The importance of capping these games fully, that you don't move on, because you will find an advantage live once you're watching it, because the work is being done.
One of these teams, I can't tell you which one. One of them will get down by 10 or more points at some point, and they will come back and make it a football game. So there will be a good live opportunity to bet this game.
We have DC Capper on the over. Jose Perez also on the over here in this one. What over 2.5 passing touchdowns? Was that plus 114?
Plus 124 is what I got.
Ooh, nice. Plus 124. Big plus money spot here. Kong says, I think he could throw for 4 touchdowns here. Cab brought this bet to my attention, and I think this is a smash spot.
Hell
says
yeah.
Our guy Kong's Clips. Well, there you go. Hoover over 2.5 passing touchdowns at plus 124. We already heard from Wine Time on the over 62 and SMU plus 7.
I mean, answer me this, Jimmy. Do you think that Sonny Dykes and Hoover take the foot off the gas if they get a lead in this game after having 66 hung on them by SMU last year?
Oh, they want to put their foot down and stomp.
Yep.
No, I'm right with you. In business here. Let's roll on to the next spot. Showcase game, best bet spot for our Daby Cab, a game that everybody's been asking about and we have yet to break down. Well, here we go. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the Florida Gators. I got a 9.5 last week and they couldn't get the job done. It was frustrating. I did live bet the under, which took some of the anger away. At the number 4 ranked Miami Hurricanes, we're at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Everybody talking about Lagway and the issues he's had. 5 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Maybe he is not the guy. Back-to-back losses, 18-16 to USF was a shocker. And then 20-10 at LSU was disappointing. He's put up 26 points against real competition in 2 games this year. Very disappointing. Then we move on to Miami. Well, they showed who the big brother was. They absolutely smashed USF 49-12, which is why this line is a little confusing. And maybe you could help us figure it out. JT says, I believe people are going to think this is a bounce back spot for Florida. JT says, nah, I would lean Miami minus 7.5. Super true story on Miami double result. And Billy Friedrich studying that Hoover over 2.5 passing touchdowns line, both plus 125 at both BetMGM and Caesars. Kong says, for the record, I still do not believe in Carson Beck, but I do believe he's a very talented team around him, and I am laying the points with Miami. That is direct from Kong's Clips. Let's talk about the line history and the cash flow, and then let Daby Cab do his thing. First off, with the total, we are dealing with a 50.5. This is dropped. This opened up at 53.5 and immediately moved towards the under. An hour and 2 minutes after the line was put out, it started dropping, and it has never stopped dropping, and there's not been buyback. In fact, the first buyback that we saw was just 2-cent move to the over once it already dropped to 50.5. This has just been a one-way ticket towards the under. Let's get to the spread here in this one, because it is a bit of a surprising number when you talk about what happened against the common opponent. We have a 7.5. This opened up at 3. That was the look ahead. 3 was the look ahead. Now that was taken off the board. When it came back on Sunday, this was an 8. The 8 moved to 9, moved to 9.5. And then we have a similar thing that happened when Florida played LSU. The Sharps came in off Florida. Well, it didn't do them any good last week, and it cost me money last week. Let's get to the cash flow here for this huge Saturday night game. By the way, college football live stream hosted by Daby Cab Saturday night right here. This will be one of the games, one of the main big games that will be being discussed throughout. Let's get to the cash flow. I'm trying to find it. They don't do the best job at it. And here we go.
This is such an interesting game just because of like what you said, Jimmy, about how, Florida, I mean, shit, I'm not even so sure Florida. I mean, I guess the bet didn't win, so it wasn't the right side, but they did their defense played a great football game. I'll give the hats off to their defense last week, but just the thought of this game, like how easy it is to take Miami, like it's such an interesting for the capper's mind type thing.
It's a fascinating line. And then watching the U-shaped movement is also insane. We have 78% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on Miami. 89% of the cash. So it made sense to go up to 9.5. It doesn't make sense to go to 7.5. The market's telling me to go back to the well and back the Gators, but it's a very difficult thing to do. 50% tickets on the over, 65% cash on the over. DC Capper on Miami -7.5 as well. Ron Crawford says SEC dogs are 8-2 against the spread. Losses are Florida and Texas. Can't wait to hear your breakdown. Cabby, take it away.
So the first thing, we'll touch on is what I just said. Anybody who's jumping on Miami, I get it. Florida, 2 weeks ago after they lost to South Florida, you had the fans chanting "Fire Napier," and then the athletic department came out and said, we're not going to fire him until the end of this. Well, not until he's going to coach for the rest of the season. If we fire him, it would be at the end of the season. However they worded it, right? And then you go to Florida, or you go to LSU, excuse me, and their defense played a great football game. But like you said, Lagway couldn't stop turning the football over. And I don't know how much continuity people want to place in this, but I kind of place a lot in it. After that football game, when the band started playing Florida's song and the team's supposed to stand there, win or lose, you're supposed to stand there, 85% of the players just fucking walk to the locker room. Now, look, I'd want to walk to the locker room too. I get it. I don't want to stand there when I lose, but reading into it, it's something that they do. It's part of what they do. It's like after the game, we're going to stand here and do this no matter what. And they said, no, fuck that. I'm walking to the locker room. I think Florida's broken, Jimmy. I really do. And I don't think that's a stretch to say. But I do think their defense is going to show up. This is at 6:30 at night. It's not they could have had, an earlier game, but this is going to be under the lights. This is going to be, in-state rivalry. This is going to be an electric football game, whether or not Florida shows up. And because of that atmosphere, I think Florida is at least in the building, so to speak. And I think what that means is their defense shows up. So I like the under here. I lean Miami as a side because of what I said from the start. I think this is a broken Florida team. I think Lagway, we know the potential the kid has. There's no question. We've seen what he can do. But on the flip side of that coin, he looks horrible when his mind's not in the right place. I mean, like shouldn't be on the field bad. And Miami's front line, Miami beefed up. That's what they did. Last year it was Cam Ward's story. You had to have Cam Ward carry this football team in heroic situations at the end of the game. They won so many football games that they shouldn't have won if it wasn't for him. They're not putting that pressure on Carson Beck. They haven't been putting it on him. It wasn't, not saying he didn't have pressure against Notre Dame, but the defensive line played much better. The offensive line is giving a better pocket. This is a more complete Miami football team than it was last year. Because last year, I don't think they were a good football team. I think Cam Ward was fucking amazing. And I think as a football team, they were okay. I think they went out and built off of Cam Ward, and I think they got a lot better. I want to bet Miami, but I wouldn't do it right now. You know why? Because that number's already come down. So if the number's going to keep coming down, I'll bet it as soon as it hits 7. Honestly, if it hits 7, I'll bet it. And if it goes back up to 8, I'm fine with that, because sitting at 7.5, like I'd rather wait to see if I can get a better line. Now the market is telling us it wants us to bet Miami, and I hear the market. I get it. But I truly think Florida is broken here. I have not bet this yet, Jimmy, and I know this is like a best bet segment, but the reason I wanted to talk about it is because, guys, if you like Miami like I do, I don't think you bet it right now. Why would you bet it right now if they're making the line better and better and better, right? Wait, and if it starts moving back the other direction, add a half point to the 7.5, whatever. You know what I mean?
Why are you not moving on the total?
I don't know. I really do like the under, though. I like the under here. I just I haven't bet it yet either.
The under is appealing. My only concern is that we just watched 30 points scored in the LSU Florida game. Obviously, it's in people's heads. Then can that be fought off by saying, yeah, but we just watched Miami put up almost 50 against USF? Is that fair to say, well, that cancels each other out?
Florida's defense is better than South Florida's defense. And I know South Florida's been playing great football, but Florida's defense is still that's one of the first things I said coming in. This defense can play for Florida. I'm not really too concerned of if they show up or not. I just want to know if their offense is going to do anything whatsoever, or if Lagway is just completely checked out. And, Napier's made it clear, like, he's calling plays. Nobody else is calling plays. Like, so we're going to see screen pass, run up the middle, fucking screen pass. Like, I can't stand Napier, Jimmy. And I think Florida needs to get rid of him sooner than later.
Well, it was a fun breakdown. We have a bunch of cappers on either side of the fence here. BJ got that look ahead early, -3. What a nice job there. Black Thor King on Florida heavy. Rod Wacky says,
say one more thing though, because Slow Jam, he says, no way Florida has 5 turnovers again. I'll be on the over. So the other flip coin of the 5 turnovers right there is, like, they were in that football game against LSU. Like, they turned the football over that many times and they were still in the game because their defense can play football. Like I'm saying, if they don't turn the football over like that, then they're in this football game, right? If they can control the turnover game, then this is a close football game.
Our guy Rod Zwack says, bet on Florida versus poor passing defenses, allowing a completion percentage of 58% or worse. Florida record since 2024, 9-1 against the spread. I mean, the under is appealing. I just need to believe that the bias of seeing the very low score and how difficult it was to get in the end zone, which is, I was watching. I never bet a total worse than the opening line, and I did it during the game because I was like, God, they're having such a tough time getting in the end zone. Or is that going to be canceled out by, watching Miami, score points at will, except against Notre Dame. And Notre Dame's defense is soft. I mean, it's fair to say that Florida has a better defense than Notre Dame. Is that fair to say?
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
And then Miami was it was the first game of the year, and we know offenses take longer than defenses to gel, but they only put up 27 points against Notre Dame's defense that's looked very soft, and you were absolutely right with A&M. So why would they – I mean, you would think that they would score less points against Florida. And if they score, less than 27 points, the game goes under.
And Florida's in the game for a cover.
A lot to think about.
It's such an interesting game. That's why I wanted to bring it. And I am going to bet this game because I've got a couple things I want. I just haven't done it because sometimes, guys, I think, I'm not as good with watching the market as you are and other people, but I'm trying. And I think right now, this is one where there's value to keep kind of trying to see what happens.
I love it. That is our breakdown for the Florida Gators, Miami Hurricanes. I'm very interested in the under, and we'll make a decision here. And don't forget our live stream on Saturday night right here on Pub Sports Radio. There was a game that we didn't put on here today, and it was my fault. I know we covered it on Tuesday with Gorky, but Billy Friedrich asking if you have any thoughts on the Rice-Charlotte game that's popping off here this evening. And this won't happen again. I'll have it in the rotation. Problem. I was a little concerned about timing and fitting everything in here, and so but it won't happen again. I'll have all of the Thursday games here, set up and planned out and ready to be attacked. But both teams opening up their American account, and Charlotte has not looked good. That loss to App State, Bobano and I were on Charlotte, and that was just an absolute embarrassment. They did not look good against North Carolina. So who cares what they did versus Monmouth? I mean, I don't think anybody cares. They were down 14-7 too at the half. 14-7. Now they were only 2.5 point favorites. They opened up as 3.5 point favorites, and that moved through the key number towards Monmouth. But Charlotte did get the job done. For Rice, we got an idea that they were a pretty good defensive squad in their first couple games. They did lose 35-9 to Houston. That wasn't great, but 13.5 point dogs. I mean, there was an expectation that they would do more. And if you ask, what was the problem? It was Chase Jenkins. I mean, Chase Jenkins did nothing, and that's what he's been doing. Nothing. The only game where he has thrown for over 50 yards was against Prairie View A&M, where he throws for 87 yards. I mean, Rice just unable to move the ball through the air, and it's definitely holding. It's definitely holding back Rice. So, a lot of question marks around these two teams. Let's grab the line history here, and again, we're just popping this. I didn't set Daby up for this game, so we've had this big move towards Charlotte. Charlotte opened up at 4.5. This has gone down to 2.5. The interesting part of it was when this line came out on Sunday, it moved towards Rice. Rice went from 4.5 to 5.5, and that 5.5, around 6 p.m. looked like it was going to turn into a 6. Now we're sitting at a 2 or a 2.5. It went first went down to 2.5, back up 3, then down to 2.5, and then then down to 2, and then back up to 2.5. So overall, a 2-point move towards Charlotte. From a total standpoint here, we have a 42, a move towards the under. And why wouldn't, if Rice can't move the ball and their defense looks strong enough? This opened up at 43.5 and went down to 42, went back up to 43.5, and we're back at 42. And when we look at the cash flow here, we have 72% of the tickets and 52% of the cash on Rice. So bigger bets coming in on Charlotte. 58% tickets on the over, but 73% cash on the under. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, Charlotte, Rice, Thursday night standalone college football spot.
I did have thoughts on this. It's like was under when I first looked at it. I mean, Rice is going to run the ball. You said it in your breakdown, but they're not going to do anything but run the ball here, right? Rice might run the ball, 45 times in this football game. I don't see how either of these teams are going to really put up points. I mean, you got new head coaches, both these programs, stepping into their first conference game here. It's like, I think it's going to be mistakes and defense is what's going to win this football game. I think Rice probably comes out on top just because they control the clock, but I don't know what kind of number they're going to be able to spread. So sorry, I don't have more on it. And these aren't two teams that I've looked. I did watch Rice play against Houston, and it was what I'm saying. They're going to run the ball, Jimmy, and I don't think Charlotte's good enough really to stop it, like to shut it down. So I think they're going to eat a lot of clock, and I think this is going to probably finish like 17-14 or 21-14. This is going to be a very low scoring football game. So I really like the under. I just don't know if I like it enough to bet it.
An interesting part here too is I would be hesitant to move on the first half under, which is generally where we'd be. But these offenses are so weak that you would think that the first 10 or 15 scripted plays would be their best opportunity to put up points. So I do have interest in the under, and I will decide whether to move on it. We have Daby Cab very confident, and Hoover Over 2.5 passing touchdowns at plus 124. Kong vouched for it. Plus money spot. Kong said that Daby brought this to his attention and he smashed it. So Hoover over 2.5 touchdowns, passing touchdowns plus 124. Huge Saturday for you, Daby Cab. We got the tailgate, and then you get a break before a giant live stream. There's no UFC on Saturday night, so we have a giant live stream with 3 massive games that will be being discussed here. That is Florida, Miami. Also, we have Arizona State, Baylor. That is a big one. And then
you're looking at the night ones. The Auburn. You're probably wondering where Auburn, Oklahoma is. That's at 2:30. Like, what are they doing? Why is that game at 2:30? Maybe it's just me, but I think Auburn, Oklahoma is the best football game this weekend.
But you'll also have South Carolina, Missouri. So you 3 big ones that will be a live bet with the squad. So join us on Saturday night. Daby Cab, thank you for your time. And Luchase Fox says Rice money line. I think turnovers by the defense will create points. I got over 40. Oh, that's helpful. Thank you, Luchase, my man. Wager Tech also saying Charlotte 2-6 at home versus the Americans since joining the conference. 2-7 on the road in the Americans since joining the conference. Daby Cab, thank you, my friend. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Oh, man. Thank you guys for being in here, man. I love doing this with y'all. Jimmy on screen. I'll see you guys tomorrow, Saturday, and let's get paid.
Let's do it. There he is, Mr. Daby Cab. All right. It is time to rock in the WNBA. And, we nailed it. Absolutely nailed the Mercury last night. These spots I'm getting addicted to. And that's as we've been, evolving as gamblers, is caring as much about the opening line and sometimes even more than the actual movement of said line. And the 2.5, now they had the Stewie injury around it, was absolutely nuts. Who would offer a 2.5 for the defending WNBA champions at home in game 2 of a 3-game series? And then, of course, and I really, really want to monitor these spots. The opening line doesn't make sense. People bet it. The line moves towards that spot that should have been a bigger favorite. Steam chasers follow it. Everybody follows it, and they get murked. We got to keep an eye on these spots. I'm falling in love with them. Ron Crawford says, let's get it. WNBA is being fired. We have just the Cappers for the job. Joining us from South Jersey, the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. We're also going to talk Thursday Night Football with these gentlemen. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
I've been better, been worse. I was able to scrimmage out some cash in that Lynx game late when they went down by like 17 fucking points. And then I had to stay up till about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning betting fucking tennis all night. It went pretty all right. So we got the bankroll going, replaced a little bit of WNBA parlay cash. But damn, am I fucking tired. I stayed up till like fucking 5, 6 o'clock in the morning watching fucking tennis.
The life of a gambler is the life we've chose. And highs and lows and a lot of fun. Our guy, Billy Brisbane, in the house, being joined by the star of the 2-3 zone, one of the stars of the 2-3 zone over at Tony's Picks. This man stars alongside our friends Ron Crawford and Ramon Scott. Please welcome star of the Stacks Play of the Day, Justin Mcelvy.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you? Briz, what up?
What up? What up?
No shit.
I am ready to rock, fellas. That was my first bet of the playoffs. We hadn't talked WNBA, and I've been kind of full steam ahead in football, and it was fun to see it play out as we had expected. Now, the Valkyries looking so good in San Jose, and then the Lynx showing their championship pedigree. That was very interesting. Drewski says dream smash, and initially that was my plan. I was deciding what to do with the dream. It still is, but I was deciding, should I move on the double result? It was going to cost. Do I move on the 7? I haven't looked at the line movement since the show started, and then I just thought, you know what? Let's cap it with the squad and not put pressure on forcing it before we get there. The Fever, well, it was 80-68 in game 1, and then the Fever took care of business. Dominated the second half, 42-31, won 77-60, had a 6-point lead initially, never gave it up, just were in complete control. Atlanta shot terribly. And I love when a team shoots in the playoffs terribly at home, and then they go back out on the road after a loss. It's a fun spot. Here, Atlanta shot terribly on the road, and now they come home. They shot 37.9 from the field and 26.3 from 3. They got rebounded badly. You guys we had a big emphasis on rebounding when we talked about the Mercury game, and Mercury came back and boarded well. Atlanta will have to do that. Let's take a look at the line history here for the pivotal game 3, final game of the 3-game series. Touch on the line history and the cash flow, and then hand it to our experts. We have no change from what I was looking at. I thought it did move to 7.5. Yeah, I thought it was going to move to 7.5 this morning, and it did. So this opened up at 6.5, moved to 7. Then at 8:20 a.m., this moved to 7.5. It's funny. There was a time last night where I thought I could wake up to a 6.5. It was clear when I woke up this morning that it was going to be moving to the 7.5. But now we're back at a 7. It's slightly juiced towards Atlanta, a half-point move towards Atlanta. From a total perspective here, we have a 154. It's minus 112 to the under. Opened up at 156. It got down to 154. It got down to 153.5 this morning, and there was a half point of buyback. Then when we get to the cash flow here, sorry, let me just quickly pull up the WNBA cash flow, and we have 66% of the tickets on Atlanta and 86% of the cash. I wonder if we deem that it's moved enough for that much money to be on them. 55. I thought that we'd get a better situation than that. I thought that there might be a bias from people seeing how good the Fever looked in game 2, but that does not seem to be the case. 55% of tickets on the over and 51% of cash on the under. We have to go to Justin Mcelvy when we're talking about his Atlanta dream in a very important spot here at the Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia. Take it away, Justin. Fever, dream, game 3, first round.
Yeah, I can't wait for this game. Like, don't none of my team. I'm all Atlanta teams, Bulldogs, Braves, anything dream. And all my teams pretty much suck. So this is the spot I've been waiting for. We're in the playoffs. We just got blown out. And then I did the 2-3 zone yesterday and then got done. I started digging some more. And I discovered something. And I discovered Stacks Play Day number 2. Dream team total over 80.5 minus 120. And for me, this was easy. I don't know how I missed it yesterday before 2-3 zone. We haven't scored under 70 since the middle of June, or actually like the end of June. And we was held under 70. Actually, we had 60 points the last game. I don't want to get into the spread. I already bet the spread quietly. I'm not making that official. It was like a homer bet, like Dream minus 7. I did that yesterday. I like it. I'm not wearing my heart on my sleeve. I had to make some adjustments from coming on here and the 2-3 zone because trying to spread my picks and not giving out the same picks is getting me hurt on pub, but I'm crushing. I'm 6-2 in the 2-3 zone the last 2 shows. But yet I've been getting buried on here because I don't want to repeat my plays. So now I'm just repeating my plays. So if you don't watch 2-3 zone, you're going to hear it from here. But I didn't get this out because I just found this out this morning. But I'm on the Dream Team total over 80.5, minus 120. That's Stacks Play Day number 2. Like, all I ask y'all to do is win by 1 and score at least 81 points. Like, we're going to slow the pace down. We just got wiped out. I felt like we quit in the third quarter of the last game. I felt like we got it down to like 6 or 4, whatever it was, the third quarter. And I really feel like we quit. I felt like they just said, it's cool. We'll see if we can come back to Atlanta. All right, well, we back in Atlanta. Go out here and score me 81 points. This Fever team, they played a little bit defense, and I don't know about a total. I'm not on a total or a side, or I'm not on the over and under. But I'm extremely confident in this Dream team total over 80.5. like win or go home at the crib, Atlanta gonna be buzzing. And you telling me we ain't scored under 70 since June? And then back to that, after that game, we had 55 points against the Wings. And I know it's the regular season, this is the playoffs, but that helps me out even more. The 2 games after that, we scored in the 90s. Now, this is a playoff game. What do you think we're going to do in a playoff game after scoring 60 points?
Powder keg. Explode.
That way, I don't have to worry about the spread. When the game gets late, I don't have to worry about, all right, if I lose the spread for my bet, I bet this too. I got 2 units on this. I know we don't do units, but I'm just telling you, I got 2 units on the team total over and 1 unit on the spread because my teams like to break my heart and win this game by 4. So, but I love the team total. Give me 81 points, Dream. Let's go.
The double result was minus 155 last night. It's now minus 160, so it's changed very little. Justin, I think that having the opportunity to do the show on Tony's Picks the night before, and then you marinate with the action, and if you want it, you're like, I want even more the next day.
It does.
That's yeah.
My father want to cut you off,
No, it's all good.
but like if you notice, like I sat here and told Brizzy about Burton that I gave out on 2-3 zone. She went crazy cash. Like I'm 6-2 on 2-3 zone, but yet I can't pick a winner on here. I be getting buried because I try to give different plays out, and it seems like Pub Sports is catching the short end of the stick of my plays. So now I was like, but I didn't give this play out yet. I gave it out on Twitter and I gave it out here. So now I'm just sticking to the script. I cap it, and it does it. Doing a 2-3 zone and listening to it's not Ramon no more.
Okay.
It's me, Ron, and it has been me, Ron, and Rod Z.
Okay.
And talking it out with them and then capping it with them and then getting off and capping it some more. And anyone who don't know, I wake up at like 2 a.m. I go for a quick jog and I start capping at 3 a.m. and start texting people and mess up their lives. And when I started digging into it, I was like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me we ain't been under 70 points since June? And we just got wiped out? And now we back at the crib, must win? Give me that. I don't like minus 120. I mean, personally, I'll bet it. I don't like giving it out, though. But I love this so much that I had to.
I don't think minus 120 should be a concern. I don't think gamblers should make it a concern. You just understand that the implied probability changes and you need to hit it at a higher rate. If you're hitting it at a higher rate, there's nothing wrong with it. I've been coming more comfortable with juice this year than I have in my career, and it's helped me. It's not hindered. So nothing wrong with minus 120 here, my man. Justin is on the dream. Team total over 80.5, minus 120. He has 2 units on it. Conviction in front of our eyes. Let's hear from Billy Brisbane. Fever Dream, Gateway Center, College Park, Georgia. Take it away.
Yeah, crazy. Shouts to the WNBA. Only one of the series have been a successful sweep. The new playoff format has really worked out for the WNBA with each team winning their games on Tuesday at home. Indiana's defensive pressure was their key to winning their last game. Like Justin was saying, they held them to 60 points in game 2. That's wild. They could definitely backdoor cover this line as it feels like the sports books are kind of trying to price themselves to not get slammed on favorites on this slate. But I can kind of see the script flipping with both of these home teams really not letting up in game 3. We yet to see both of these teams show up for all 4 quarters. Both games have been decided by double digits, so that's really driven the total down in this series. This seems more of like a physical matchup, and it'll be kind of up to Atlanta to really drive or determine the total here. At first, so when you go through a little streak and not the good streak, the bad streak, you gotta look at what you're looking at, and then you gotta dig in further, and then you gotta dig in further. And at first, I was liking the double result for Atlanta. But the more I think about it, I kind of like first quarter full game, if that makes sense, of they should come out hot. They should come out with something to prove. I feel like if the first half cashes, that means the first quarter cash. But that's always in theory. I'm looking at Atlanta first quarter full game at minus 120. And then the top player prop in this one would have to be Ryan Howard. You have to go back to the well with Ryan Howard. Talk about just bad luck or just bad runs. I ran a 3-point parlay on Tuesday. Kelsey Mitchell cashed like halfway through the first quarter. Jewel Lloyd cashed within like the first 2 minutes of the fucking game. And Ryan Howard went 0 for 4 from the 3-point line and had like 8 points. Like, that's the type of luck I've been having. And it was like Ryan Howard is like the nucleus of the parlay. So I feel like I should go back to the well here. Over 24.5 PRA minus 130. Coming off a bad game 2 after game 1 where she scored 20 points. Just had an off shooting night. I think she should be able to bounce back. She's gone over a PRA line in 8 of their last 10 games versus Indiana head-to-head. And I expect a lot more shot attempts in this game. I feel like and this is just watching the game. I don't know how to like really break this down in the most correct political way. Ryan Howard saw Lexi Hall, white blonde hair, blue-eyed girl, guard her, and she said, damn it, I'm a fucking roast this girl. And Lexi Hall played really good defense. And like I feel like in her head, her perceived head, she thought she was going to fry Lexi Hall, but Lexi Hall was playing really good defense and kept on driving her into the middle of the paint. And when you drive somebody to the middle of the paint, you're going to drive into another defender. And it was like a lot of contested Ryan Howard shots where, like, I would imagine if you watch that game film for an hour to an hour and a half, that is like very easily fixable. And I think Ryan Howard has a big game today. But I like Atlanta first quarter, full game as a straight bet for this game. But it would not be right if we did a favorites parlay yesterday and we didn't run it back today.
So the first quarter full game, Brizzy, you got it minus 120?
Minus 120 FanDuel Sportsbook.
Wow, that's a nice line. And then is Ryan Howard over 23.5 PRA? Is that official?
We're not going official with the props right now. And we gotta get a couple of shots through the hoop before we start diddy bopping on player props and shit like that. But damn, am I licking my fingers at a Ryan Howard prop today? It might be on one of my bet slips. It just won't be a full unit. One thing I was looking at was deciding between the PRA or Ryan Howard 15 plus Atlanta to win. I feel like the two are corollary. They need Ryan Howard to have a big game today. I feel like Alicia Gray is a really good player. She's having a great season, but this is not the best matchups for her. I feel like once I saw Shea Penny shooting the fucking ball in the fourth quarter and hitting step back 3-pointers, I was thinking to myself, I can't wait for this line to come up to fade Indiana Fever. But in reality, I feel like the Aces have a more proven money line history where I feel better with the Aces in a parlay than Atlanta in a parlay, even though they're like the same exact price. But the matchup of the dream is way easier against the Fever than the Aces is against the Storm. So it's like counteracting each other.
Yeah,
I know one thing for this WNBA, mainly in the playoffs, what's killing my props is these blowouts. Like, these blowouts is crushing my props. And I know better than that, but like in NBA, my thing is I don't bet props in double-digit spreads. And these ain't double-digit spreads. And like last night, I lose 2 props because of a blowout. Like AT and playoff Cloud. Like, who would have thought it? I mean, I was on the Mercury, and I know they're probably in the chat. I got laughed at, literally laughed at about my Mercury pick yesterday.
That's crazy. I was right there with you, lockstep with you.
That second quarter was crazy. They busted that door the fuck open in the second.
Oh, yeah.
25-10. It was like by halftime, I already knew that parlay ticket was dead.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it was, when we was capping this, I was like, this game would be like 41-24 at halftime, Mercury. And they cracked up, and it was worse than that.
Oh, it was. I
went to bed at halftime. Like, you could watch the game flow and say, oh, no, there's not no second half running this.
Once they were doing the screen and roll attack, something that you see in the NBA a lot, like they call it the weakest defender. So let's say like Max Strus is out there or something like that. They're just going to put Max Strus or like a Kyle Korver type of prototype. They're just going to put that person and pick 'em roll until they sub them out. And damn, the way that they're attacking B Stu off the pick and roll, it was a Satu was taking it to her every time, and it was just
they know she hurt. That's my whole thing.
The way Satu was attacking Brianna Stewart was just.
I was talking to my homie last night on like no one from YouTube, like my real homie out here in the street. And he was like, yo, Stewie's in, I'm hammering the Liberty. I said, listen, I said, at the end of the day, you can do what you want. I said, people look at players being in like they cool. She not cool. Just because she in don't mean she cool. She wounded. And Phoenix knew that. They attacked her. I can't speak for the second half because I went to bed. But it was like they just like, oh, she in? Yo, we at her. And that's all they was doing. Like, Satu shot 2 for 17 the game before. And now she was like, oh, no. So I shot 2 for 17. Now y'all going to put Stewie on me? Watch.
Shouts to Nate Tibbetts, though. Nate Tibbetts was a Chicago Bulls assistant coach for like 15, 20 years. And he never got like a head coaching job. And the Mercury paid him a good chunk of money to leave the NBA and come over to the WNBA. That looked like an NBA like game plan. Like the way that they flipped the script was just very miraculous. It would be interesting to see how Game 3 goes because you don't want to go back to Phoenix, and then the WNBA might be calling out like, "Yo, how healthy is B Stu? Really, we trying to get these views up." Because it felt like the WNBA playoffs has been a view-driven type of playoffs. Like, I mean, the last 3 games that you have watched have been all good, besides the Liberty and Mercury.
And it's important, Justin, to recognize the issue with player props in the playoffs with the blowouts, which led me to Operation Garcia after 4 years of capping, 4 years of tracking. And so remember, last year, Operation Garcia, 136 wins, 100 losses. ROI plus 8.79%, and I went up 20.75 units, betting every single player prop under with no issue. And if I'd been doing that in the WNBA playoffs, it would be working. The problem is they don't give you enough players.
Don't give you enough players, yeah.
And so it's not going to work unless we get to the NBA finals, WNBA finals, and then they open up the amount of players. But it's just the blowouts are a gift to under player prop bettors. And there's such a problem if you're on a favorite, or even if you're not on a favorite, like you were with Mercury, like we're in Mercury. It's a huge danger. And
I yesterday when I lose 2 props because of a blowout, that just really, really, really. But I was upset about it. But I quietly bet the Mercury money line when it got to 5. So it was like, okay, I didn't do so well 2 and 3 on pub, but my bankroll say, okay. But it taught me a lesson but I'm on a prop in the next game. So I guess it's kind of conflicting, but
let's get into that one right now. 9:30 p.m. Eastern, first round Game 3, series tied at 1. We've already heard from Ron Crawford on the Seattle Storm, plus 8.5, 23-21, 13-9 on the road at the Las Vegas Aces, 30-14, 17-5 at home. We're at Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Our friend Kong's Clips, shouting out our friend Parlay Teese, who's no longer with us. And we miss him dearly. And we are in the WNBA playoffs. Spooner, I have terrible news. After that top of the first inning, I realized I didn't bet the first 3 under. It's right there on my worksheet, but I just, I put in 7 bets while the show was on, and
first 3 under what game?
First 3 under.
Oh, in Colorado.
Yeah.
You didn't bet it?
No, I just
did it cash?
Well, I don't know if it's going to cash, but it's off to a good start. But these
things. I thought you said you bet it. I bet it.
I was going to bet it. I don't know why when I put my Reds in, I didn't put that one in. I guess and I am not going to beat myself up for that. This happens when I'm, multitasking, hosting a show, and it's just going to happen. And
I do it too.
Yeah, it's just like you're multitasking. It's okay.
Well, just know your friends bet it.
That does help. That actually really does help. No, that really does help. No, I mean it. It does. That does make.
No, I'm serious, because I do that all the time. So as long as somebody else got money, then I'm okay with that.
I'm right with that. So let's go. Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. We saw the Storm fight back, finally put an end to this dominant run by the Aces. And it was an impressive performance. They lose by 25 in game one and let the Aces put up 102 points. And then they step up. They play much better. In an 86-83 victory, they outscore the mighty Aces by 11 in the fourth quarter. You know, the Aces still played well. They did turn the ball over 15 times. Seattle played clean, but the Aces shot 50 from the field and 36.8 from three. It's just Seattle played better. That's that simple. 45.8 from the field, but 50% from three. They out-rebounded them, and they stepped up when it mattered most. You know, Skylar Diggins hits the banger with 4.2 seconds left. Skylar Diggins scored for 26.
Wheeler, dude. Erica fucking Wheeler. Those 2 threes that she hit that cut the game down to 5 with a minute left was like clockwork.
And Naka, again, delivering 24 and 10. We know that Justin's been high on her and getting paid.
The biggest thing I saw was they benched Izzy McGuire for Dominique Malanga, the French girl that was their second overall pick, and she looked amazing against in that game against Nalissa Smith.
I'm very interested in your thoughts here from both of you fellas for game 3. This total is now 158.5. It opened up at 161.5. It's now 158.5. You know, the under does appeal to me. We've seen a lot of points in this series thus far. We saw 179 in game 1. We saw 169 in game 2. And here they put out a 161 or 2 at first, and it drops. That is appealing to me. Then we'll get into the spread. So I'm interested in the under. I could just focus, you know, on the Seattle Storm team total under. I don't know if that's the right way of handling things, but it might be. Vegas is -8 right now. They opened up at -8, and it didn't take long. It took, you know, a little over an hour for it to go to 7.5, but then went right back to 8. Got up to 8.5, and then this morning moved back to 8. Overall, there's been 2 cents of movement towards the Storm. Blackthorn King says, got a feeling Storm upsets tonight. You know, I don't have that feeling myself, but that can change as we break this down. 52% of the tickets, 61% of the cash is on Las Vegas. 67% of tickets, 71% cash is on the under. I think that's a sharp look. So here we go. We had Justin start off game 1. We'll let Brizzy rock game 2. Take it away, Brizzy. Storm, Aces.
Yeah, the Aces finally had their 17-win game streak snapped in a very hostile environment. Seattle crowd that got behind the home team. It caused a lot of turnovers. The half-court offense for the Aces was just awful. But one bad quarter doesn't really define their season. Getting outscored by 11 was really contributed by – or getting outscored by 11 in the fourth quarter was really just all turnovers. In the fourth quarter, I think it should be a good reset game for him. It was like getting like a monkey off of your back when you have that long of a win streak in the playoffs. And they haven't lost a home game since August the 2nd. So that's a very long time. If the Aces want to win this game, though, I feel like they're going to need help from the supporting cast. Like, we know Asia is going to bring it every night. And Jewel Lloyd off the bench has been great. That's been the main contributor for their win streak. But they need Jackie and Chelsea to step up. Like, the way Jackie was folding in that fourth quarter, it's just like, it makes me think, though, for like longer term in the playoffs, because I think the Aces win this game comfortably, but it might be a Seattle backdoor cover because Seattle's going to fight. But if the Aces lose, it's because teams start cutting them down in the half court, and when you shrink the floor of the Aces, they don't have enough consistent shooting to like bail themselves out of every game. They had a lead the whole entire minute left in that game. Seattle kept on scoring threes. Aces kept on shooting twos. And that was like really the difference of the game. I think the Seattle Storm could definitely backdoor cover this line. I'm on Las Vegas Aces 1-10 win margin at plus 150. The spread is tricky in this game because, like, as much as I think the Aces can cover the 8, if you told me the Aces won this game by 4-6, they'll be fucking partying in the locker room and you'll be mad as fuck at the sports book. So 3 bets on the slate today. Dream Aces moneyline parlay -150, bet 365. Second play is Atlanta first quarter full game -120, and then the third bet is going to be Las Vegas Aces 1 through 10 win margin +150. The win margins on FanDuel, the first quarter full game was on FanDuel, and the best odds for the moneyline parlay was bet 365.
And that was -150. Dream Aces.
Yeah, -150. Eating some juice, but damn, I mean, we're just trying to get some money on the board. We'll start worrying about the juice later and factor all that stuff in. Right now, we just got to get wins.
Yeah, I like where you're at. I like where you're at. Let's hear from Justin. Storm Aces, Game 3, first round. Take it away.
I actually like your whole card, Brizzy. I like that. But I just can't do both favorites. It seems like, I don't know, it's too easy just to take Dream money line, Aces money line, and throw them together. And then I look at this game, and then we cap it. And when we capped it on 2-3 zone all year, we love the Storm on the road as a dog. I don't have the exact numbers. The last time I checked, it was 7-2 against ATS on the road. That was the regular season. But at the same time, I can look at it both ways. There's not a chance I would be on the Aces. Not a chance. Do I think they're going to win the game? Absolutely. If the game ended and the Storm won, would I be like, yo, I can't believe it? I wouldn't. Because it seemed like I liked the Storm, what they did. They didn't give up. They fought to the end of the game. And now I think they got a little bit of motivation. So I do like the Storm. I didn't bet it. I don't have a side. And when I came down to it, I looked at it like this. Asia had 24 points last game. I'm pretty sure it was 24. You the MVP. You at the crib. Win or go home. I'm on Asia Wilson, 25-plus points, -105. I don't care about the script. I did like the under, but I missed my number. And just like you, Jimmy, I don't like getting the ass in. And I do get a tad bit jealous when everybody else got better number than me. And then they win and I lose. And then I start throwing air punches at shit. So, like, I do like the under, but I missed it. But I love Asia in this spot. I think all I'm asking you to do is give me 25 points. It scared me that it was only -105. Like,
well, she only had 21 last game.
Oh, she had 21? I thought she had 24. So that's even better.
Yeah.
So, but it's just 25 points for the MVP at home in a must-win game, and y'all just came off a loss? Just don't understand why. I expected it to be like 115, -120. Like, why is 25 points -105? But I'm not going to overthink it. I trust Asia. Like, you're going to put your team on the back. I think Jackie Young going to have a big game. I do like that look, Briz, when you mentioned Jackie Young. And I just think, like, when it's all said and done with, Asia going to say, don't even worry about it. I got this. And give me 25 points, and I don't care who win the game. I don't want to stress out, like, okay, that's too many points. Okay, that's not enough points. Like, Storm, if I had to make a bet, like what you always say, if we're at the casino and you give me $1,000, I'm running through the window with the Storm. That's where I'm going with it. Did I bet it? No. But if you give me $1,000, that's what I'm betting on.
No,
I'm not. It just seems like I don't think the Storm is going to quit. Everyone's just counting it out like this is a layup for the Aces. I think they're going to be in for a backyard fight. Like, I think the Storm going to come to play all year long. This is where we want them as on a road dog. I think all the little team kerfuffles they was having and arguments amongst themselves, I feel like they're putting on the back burner. And it just wouldn't surprise me if they win this game. I wish I could convince myself to throw a little pizza money on the money line for the Storm, but I can't do it. But Asia Wilson, keep it simple for me. Not overthink. I gave this out on 2-3 zone. I'm giving it out again. I really like it. I bet it, and really hasn't moved.
And Ronnie Crawford saying Storm 9-3 as a dog. He's on Storm +8.
Last time I wrote it down, it was 7-2. So that sounds about right.
Our cappers have spoken in game 1. Justin's on the Dream, team total over 80.5 -120. And Brizzy is on the Dream, first quarter, full game at -120. Brizzy also has a Dream Aces money line parlay at -150. And he has the Aces to win in the 1 to 10 point margin at +160. And Justin has Asia Wilson 25+ points at -105. And that is our WNBA breakdowns for Thursday, September 18th. But the show is not over. Thursday Night Football with Brizzy and Justin McKelvey. We got an interesting spot here tonight. My breakdown alongside Troy Torrance is up on the video. You guys have heard it. And I'll just say this here. I don't need to break down everything again. But I have tracked every single person who's ever come on screen with me. And we're finishing up my 8th year of doing it. There were a couple, and I've learned so much from tracking others. The one thing that I will say that I was shocked at how horrific the ROI was teasers. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
It was just insane. And so in NFL Pub Hub, I'm just blown away at how horrible the ROI is in teasers. And then one thing I thought was a mistake was using these big favorites as parlay pieces. But we're now entering the 3rd year where I've been tracking Troy Torrance doing it successfully. So we'll see if he does it again throughout this year successfully, but he started off successfully and he was successful in week 1 year 1 and year 2. I have begun using the double result as, and it's helped me enormously. It started in Canadian football and then I brought it over to NFL. And I moved on 2 different spots with this football game. I'm not comfortable with the Bills just dominating from start to finish. I do think that I'm going to be very interested in an under. If the Bills come down and score immediately, I will live bet the under, and we're going to go over the line history. And you know what? I might get on a pregame under. So let me open that up. And we'll do some line shopping. I think it's getting high. I'm getting higher and higher on the under, and a lot of it is the 2 guards who got hurt for the Dolphins in week 2. They're incapable of handling that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and playing again against the class of the league on Thursday. I mean, it's just incapable. I used Buffalo double result, and I tied it to the Chiefs. I got that at plus 100. And I used the Bills, Seahawks, and Chiefs in the money line parlay at minus 108. This is sort of new for me because it was something that I kind of veered away from until I was really focusing on tracking Troy. Kong's Clips is on Buffalo first half minus 6.5. AM says, I want to bet the Dolphins, but it makes me sick to my stomach. I'm right there with you, AM, and I'm not going to do it. I faded the Bills in 2 straight starts with much better teams than this. I shouldn't say that. Jets aren't a much better team than the Dolphins, but the Jets were at home, and they were coming off some success. I do think the Jets are better than the Dolphins right now, but much better is absolutely wrong. So here we go. Quickly, the injuries are to James Daniel and Austin Jackson. They're both put on IR. They're already dealing with the retirement of Teron Armstead. Tunga Vailoa's better get this ball out in seconds. And it's not because the Bills have a very strong pass rush. They have a decent pass rush with depth, but he's going to have no time whatsoever. And I expect the Bills to take it easy once they have a lead, run the clock heavy, and just get out with hopefully few injuries. So let's go over the line history and the cash flow and then hear from our guys. Move over to the NFL. Here we go. We have been dealing with between a 10.5 and a 12.5 from the get-go. Right now, we are back at 11.5. This opened up at 10.5 and immediately moved to 10, which is interesting. That was the look ahead. That was before the Dolphins couldn't beat the Patriots. When that game was over, this opened up at a 12.5, and it quickly moved to 13. This was a 13 as of Monday night. Then we moved to 11.5, back up to 12, and back down to 11.5. The last move came at 10:40 this morning. So overall, we have a 1-point move towards the Dolphins since Sunday night. We have a 1-point move towards the Bills compared to the look-ahead number. On the total here, we have a 50.5. This opened up at 48.5. I believe that is a number that's not as drastic or wild as that 2.5 in the Mercury game that I was certain was just going to coax people into betting the Liberty. But it's a very appealing number to overbettors with Dolphins' weak defense, their ability to put up points, and the Bills' ability to put any number up that they want. This will fly over if the Dolphins do anything. If the Bills have to score, they'll score. If they don't have to score, they will put you to sleep and have 8-minute drives and keep their defense resting and not care about putting up a ton of points. So I am interested in the under. Let's see if this cash flow will help me get there. We got Drewski on the Bills team total over 27.5. Nasty Nate on Bills fourth quarter -2.5, and Josh Allen touchdown. So Kong Slip says I cashed it last week at +450. I'm going to be on it again. James Cook for 2 touchdowns. Wager Detective saying the Bills are 7-1 on Thursday Night Football under McDermott. 27 and 16 points per game average. 8 of those games were on the road. But there's only 8 in that, so they were all on the road on Thursday Night Football. Oh no, yeah. So all 8 games they played on Thursday Night Football were on the road. That's wild. Will Johnson says Mercury Moneyline was free. No, Will, you and Justin have the strength to bet that money line. That's not easy for people to do that. You guys did that, and you deserve the rewards.
You did it last week with the Wings and the Valkyries.
That was a different spot. I think that the last week of a season that I've been capping, or 2 weeks, is my wheelhouse. That's just my wheelhouse because I love motivation. Numbers can't speak. Motivation can. And it's just a favorite spot for me. Here we have 77% of the tickets, 91% of cash on Buffalo. Would we be surprised if the public lost their shirt here? A late touchdown from the Dolphins, and it's a 10-point game? Not at all. You have 54% of tickets on the under and 67% of cash on the over. The Circa's at 50.5. DraftKings is at 49.5. DraftKings, now it is juiced to the over, but DraftKings being at 49.5 tells me that they want over bets. We have Muhammad giving us a final score of 28-20. Shout out to my guy Mojo in the house. Here we go. Justin McCelvey. Thursday Night Football, Dolphins, Bills. Take it away.
Yeah, I got 2 bets to making this. And I'm going to bet them. I ain't bet them yet, but I love them both. And the first one just threw me off a little bit. You said Drewski or whoever you just said got Buffalo Bills team total over 27.5. When I looked at it, 20 minutes before I came on here for WNBA, it was Buffalo team total 30.5. And I like the under, and I want to make that official, under 30.5 for the Buffalo Bills. But I don't know if it moved since I looked or different books, but at Bet Rivers, it was 30.5. I want the under for the Bills on the team total. What number are you looking at?
I'm going to pull up a couple different books. I mean, I can move the number around too. It just
yeah. I mean, I don't want to pay the juice, but I Bet Rivers like right before, literally. I can get my other phone. It's right here. Just
wow. I can give you a 30.5 at +110.
Yeah, I want that.
Wow.
Yeah, I want that.
Let's see what if they're get. Let's just see if what. But yeah, you're over the key number at 30. I'd be curious to see what that's nuts to me. That is absolutely crazy. Let me just see what the number is here at a sharper book here. While I'm doing that, explain.
My whole thing is I do like this under. I just don't see everyone's going to look at it, and maybe it's just, and I don't have no bias because I've been on the Dolphins the first 2 weeks, and it's gotten me nowhere. So I will not be on the Dolphins this game. But I'm also not laying no 11.5. I may or may not quietly bet it, but when I break down the game, it's like you said, the Bills they can name their number, or they can go by script, go up 2 touchdowns. Here, Cook, here, Cook, here, Cook, here, Cook, here, Cook, Allen run, here, Cook. So I don't see them running up and score 35 points, 34 points, maybe 30. But I see them tapping out like 27, like a 27-14 type game, 27-20 game. Like, I just don't see them lighting up the scoreboard like this. It's designed to make you think it is. I think the script is maybe go up early and then take your foot off the gas, or it's a desperation where the Dolphins is going to throw the kitchen sink. Like, you can't go down 0-3. You're not going to win this game. Nobody's taking the Dolphins money line. So there's not a script that I just see however this game plays out unless the Dolphins are truly, truly ass. That Buffalo sees 31 points in this game. And now you gonna give me plus money? I'm hoping I could get that plus money as soon as I get off here. Under 30.5. And I like James Cook. This is another reason why. I don't think Allen's gonna come out here and sling it and sling it and sling it. I think they're just gonna say, here, Cook. Little screens, little dump offs, little rushes. If I get a nice number on Cook over rushing and receiving.
Yeah, I will see what we can grab here in the player props, rushing and receiving
I'm seeing
for
87.5 at -114.
Sorry, what's the number?
I'm seeing 87.5 at -114.
And that's rushing and receiving?
Rushing, receiving. That's on FanDuel, though. You might be able to get a better odds.
Yeah.
I have 87.5 too.
I'll take it. But FanDuel, my ops, though. I don't mess with FanDuel, but
the juice.
I'll find another book.
-110.
Yeah.
I'll make both of those official.
Okay, let me just try one more here to see if I can beat that. Here I have. Oh, they're not giving a rushing and receiving here. Okay, so under 80. Oh, sorry, over. Sorry, I screwed that up. I was thinking under in my head. The over is -120. What was your over, Brizzy? -114?
-114.
Okay, we'll give you that one.
87?
Yeah, over 87.5. -114 rushing and receiving. I like both these looks. Both these looks make sense. I wonder if I'm starting to figure out how I'm going to attack this live. I'm going to want the under because I bet you the Bills go right down and score. What I could do also is bet the Bills team total under right after that first drive. If now only if they go down and score. If they don't go down and score, and first off, you're in business. But I like where you're at, Justin. I think these spots make sense. Bills team total under 30.5 at +110, available right now at 365. Interestingly enough, the offshore that I was looking at that I use was at 29.5 at +125. TJ says, as someone who's been doing this for 25 years, it has to be dogs this week because favorites have crushed the books for 2 straight weeks. I agree with that as well. All right, Justin is on the board. Let's hear how Brizzy is attacking Thursday Night Football. Brizzy, take it away.
I can't help to have betting bias of deja vu, but I don't know if you remember this. Week 2 last year, we all were on stream. We all took the points with the Dolphins, and Tua fucking died in that game. It was one of the most what the F moments I can remember having on a live stream with you guys. And that was the game that we started firing off on Ray Davis props, and he ended up going off in the second half after the Bills were up by fucking 20-something points. The week before, they had the double Monday night game against the Jaguars. And the part that scares me about the under is the scripted fucking plays. And they fucking execute these scripted plays to a T. And I felt like Monday night that killed us. That game was a dead under between the Buccaneers and Texans. But the 2 scripted drives that they had, they both resulted in touchdowns, and that drove the total up. So I'm kind of with you on the live under. I'm looking at Ray Davis in the second half when the Bills have a lead. 2 bets that I'm firing off. I used a 50% profit boost on FanDuel. James Cook, anytime touchdown, -114. The most you could put on a profit boost on FanDuel, I believe, is $100 unless you're limited or something like that. And then the other one, I'm right there with you on the Bills double result type of thing. I think the Bills, the spread is I don't know. The spread is I don't know. The numbers will tell you to take the Dolphins, but you bet the Dolphins and let me know how you feel, because I watched the Dolphins throughout the first 2 weeks, and there's a lot of problems with that team that is usually not a problem with that team. Usually you can rely on their offense, but, their special teams look jacked up. Their offense look jacked up. The defense has been, in the fantasy community, everybody knows the Dolphin secondary has been the one to attack. So it's kind of one of those ones where, I don't want to spread out too much into the player prop market, but damn if I do, damn if I don't. There's a couple of people that are popping on the Dolphins. One of the rumors in Dolphins Nation right now, or I should say Dolphins fans, is if they move off of Tyreek Hill, they're going to play their rookie Malik Washington more snaps. And Malik Washington has been half decent. I mean, I think this would be a spot to attack the garbage time player props. I would imagine Waddle's going to get a lot of attention, but I would go with like Malik Washington props. Like they even have his – it's a weird prop though because it's like he's going to get a couple totes out the backfield as well. His rushing yard prop is set at 5.5. Receiving yard prop is set at 24.5. His reception prop is set at 2.5, juiced at -156. That might be like the real life X factor for the Dolphins to like maybe open up this offense. But Tyreek Hill historically struggles with the Buffalo Bills, so I'm not really like too confident on how this offense is going to look. Then I have the betting bias of what the fuck happened last year. I took the points with the Dolphins, and it was like, what the fuck am I watching? And it hasn't changed since. Devon Achane's been a career revelation. I mean, he's been looking great. It's probably like the only plus side thing that has happened for the Dolphins, but I don't know. This seems like a fade the Dolphins spot. Don't get too cute with the spread because you might get bitten on the back end. I could see this game being like 27 to like 14. And, you know,
I think this Dolphins team should just scrap this whole team and start all over.
They have to figure it out. Are they going to get rid of the coach or are you going to get rid of the cancer?
I think all of them. Like I think the coach sucks. I think Reek is a bad apple. I think Tua, everyone knows, it was literally one sack away from being done. Like, just go ahead and get the worst record. Go get you a quarterback. Get rid of Reek. Like, just start all over. It's okay. And one thing I usually do, and I should have tracked it, but it wasn't that successful last year for me, but the year before it was, on primetime games, I either take one quarterback to throw 2 interceptions or I parlay both quarterbacks to throw an interception each. And I'm going to do one of them for today. I haven't gotten there yet because I could see Allen throwing one. It was plus money, but I could also see Tua throwing like 2 or 3.
So the only official, well, a couple things. I've got a bunch of things to say about what Brizzy said, but is the only official spot Cook anytime touchdown?
Cook anytime touchdown -114. I have a bet on the Buffalo Bills double result, but it's -188. I mean, like, how much value you really want on that? And then one way I was looking to attack the Ray Davis prop was like, I like his rush attempts. His rush attempts is 5.5 -140. I could definitely see that hitting, but it's only available on Bet365. So I gotta throw some more money on Bet365. And then the other thing I was looking at was a same game parlay. And it is the under, because I don't like the first half under. Like I could really see the first quarter of this game like being a scoring bonanza. But I like the under in the second half, under 24.5 second half with Ray Davis, 25 plus rushing yards, and like you can play around with the rushing yards. The lowest was 10 at +107 was like the plus money odds. But if you got as high up to 25, you can get it up to +277 odds. So I'm kind of playing around with that as a no sweat token. And then his fourth quarter anytime touchdown prop is 12-1. And then his second half prop was just +800. Alone outright was +400. But I remember specifically we hit the Ray Davis anytime touchdown prop live last year when the Bills were blowing out the Jaguars, and it was 25-1. And I put like fucking $25 on that shit and fucking smashed it. And it was like by the end of the stream, I'm rooting for fucking Ray Davis scoring a touchdown board. That was the actual game side totals. So that's the way I'm kind of looking at this one. I don't blame you for the money line parlay of Buffalo, Seattle, KC. I think I might tail that just, separately, quietly. Never tell anybody besides right now in this moment.
No, I like it.
That's funny you say that because I didn't get a chance to. I usually watch Bankroll Blitz closer to the time to Sunday. That way I could get my cap and then listen to it and compare it. But I didn't hear Jimmy say the same thing over. I happened to catch shout out Kyle Kerms. I don't really know him or frequent like that, but I seen Jimmy on there. And he said the same exact thing about teasers and parlays. And I'm sitting there like, listen to Jim. Now he started this show off. I'm like,
nah, it's astronomical though.
But
saw that shit.
No, facts. But
last
my whole
year.
thought was, how many times have he said it in the last 24 hours?
It's important because I've
It
changing
is.
the way I gamble, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm trying to evolve and I'm trying to get better.
I do one teaser a week, one college, one NFL, and I suck.
Shit,
Like,
I learned the teasers. You got a better chance of alt lining a parlay to grab an extra couple points on a total or something like that than going with like the built-in teaser. Like
How about this? How about this? I've never bet a teaser in my entire life. I'm 45.
Well, you're also not American.
Well, I'm half American.
No, I'm just saying, like, in America, the way that they like literally like sports betting was like made off of like Perdega NFL fucking teasers at your local fucking grocery store. Like people would get teaser tickets and you got to put the teaser in for the NFL Sunday. And that's like really how gambling got.
I need to quit, but I'm addicted. Like, and then I mushed when Ron Crawford puts him on Twitter. He started off hot. And then every time I tell them they lose, I'm like, see, it's you. It's me. I just mush people's teasers. I can't hit a teaser. And I just do two legs. I can't hit one.
And Dan State says he's won lots of teasers. I don't doubt that at all. I'm just saying it's the lowest ROI of any bet that I've ever recorded from multiple cappers. The lowest by far. And you wouldn't believe it if I told you the numbers. I could pull them out and show them to you.
I would.
You wouldn't believe it.
I remember, was it last year or the year before? It was like 3-11 going into like the Super Bowl show of like teasers in the playoffs, like given out on the show. It was like something ridiculous like that.
It's alarmingly horrible. But a couple things from all of this here. One, when you bring up that the Dolphins game against the Bills last year was one of the lowest points of my live betting. That's when I hit. Let me probably lost my mic here. Let me just switch it over. Oh, I'm good. Okay, so I was live betting the Dolphins. If you remember, we were on the stream together. I was live betting Dolphins. I live bet him 2 times, and I thought I was in business. Tunga Vailoa was driving. I was going to cash everything, and then he gets concussed, and like it was as low of a moment that I've ever had. The scripted plays that are working that you talked about. I mean, I put it on a tee for us in that Texans Buccaneers game. The Texans scored, beautiful drive, 3.5 minutes. I took the under. The Buccaneers answered. I took the under 54.5, and then that total went all the way down to 32.
Yeah, that was crazy. That like it made me live bet the Texans at halftime, and I just barely got out with that +3.5 full game. But how high do you think the Dolphins would have to go for you to take the Dolphins live?
I'm not going to take the Dolphins
live. Even if it was like +20, 30.
I've been to that. How do I can't trust that they're going to even keep Tunga Vailoa on the field. Like I've been through this with this football team. You bet a team a dog when they go down if they have heart and character. What I will bet, though, is the unders. I think if the Bills go down and drive and score, I'll bet a live under. If the Dolphins hit back, I'll bet an under. And then I'll stop, right? I'm not going to, you don't want to get, like, deeper than that. TJ says, the way both teams are playing, I'd be interested in Cleveland to win the division. Wow, that's wild. And then Nate says, my only future I ever placed is Burrow under 4,200 passing yards this year, but it meant to be an over. Oh, Nate, that's so funny, man. That's so funny. RVD 420's got a 4-leg teaser on the Bills for tonight. Maybe 5. We'll see. Look, I'm just reporting the information. That's all. And you guys, again, like you track your action, and if you are succeeding, then keep doing it. If you're not succeeding at a level that you are looking for, then make changes. And I am constantly trying to evolve. And I have the perfect community for me to evolve. And every year I'm trying to get better and more consistent is what I'm trying to do. And so I've got my script. Everybody needs their script. When you meet us tonight for the live stream, and I wish we were in Atlantic City like Nasty Nate and the Who Bang crew is, but and Von Polo, KB, Smile Good, all you guys rocking out there. But have your script. And I say it so often, don't believe what you see. Believe in your script. And my script will be, I'm going to bet the over if the Bills go down and score, and I might bet the Bills team total under if they go down and score. If the Dolphins then reply, I should probably wait till the Bills take a lead, honestly, to bet it again.
You meant the under, right?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I meant the under. So if the Bills go down and score, I'll bet the under live. If the Dolphins come back and score, I'm going to change my script, because if the Dolphins come back and score, the Bills will have to go down and score.
You'll wait.
Yeah, we need to be in a situation where the Bills don't have to score.
I still might have to get in pre-flop just in case no one scores the first two possessions.
I'm very interested in the under. Extremely.
The first two drives of the game turned into punts?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you think the first two drives of this game could turn into punts, and then what would we do? Because I like the second half under. I'm scared about the scripted plays.
I like the second half. I don't know how the Dolphins stop the Bills unless the Bills choose to play very pedestrian and run the clock.
You can literally watch the Bills in the first 2 weeks of the season. They have literally scored on every scripted drive to start off the game.
Yeah, right now they're on some bullshit right now. Like
everything.
Like they're playing with a chip on their shoulder.
They're getting 10 yards a pop on their scripted plays in the beginning of the game, where it's like, all right, well, if that's the case, I think I'm going to slam this double result and then readdress my situation at halftime. That's my script.
Yeah, and so that all you do is you need the script. I hope you fellas can join us tonight as well. Let me know if you guys can, anytime. But I'll save spots for you guys as always. That is our Thursday Night Football breakdown. And I'm trying to get excited about this football game. And the only way I can is by live betting it. So because the Dolphins, they make me sick to my fucking stomach. I cannot believe the decision making, the play, they have a certain skill set where they can look pretty good at times. And Devon A. Chan, he can run 10 times for 30 yards and catch 6 passes for 90. He's very dangerous in short passing situations with his speed. Tyreek Hill and Waddle are capable of stretching defenses, but we've learned how to defend that. You just play a too high safety, very high, and don't allow Tyreek Hill to run past you. And if he has to stay in front of you, you can stop him. So
the one last thing I wanted to put in this game, I'm not a defensive player prop guy, but damn, they're giving plus money for Joey Bosa to record a sack in this game. Plus 120? What?
He's washed, man. He's washed.
He's washed, but damn, the Dolphins is fucking washed. I think he can sneak himself into a fucking snack at this.
That's a nice price, but I think he washed too.
I'm not a big defensive player prop guy, but if you're, I think we talked about this on Monday. If you're a hidden gems type of guy, like one of those fucking crazy parlays or something like that, throwing a little Joey Bosa.
And even though he's washed too, I better not let that boy sack him. That might be it.
Well, he's down. Is Hall of Fame guards retired? The great Hall of Fame to be Teron Armstead, Hall of Famer to be, and then you lose 2 guards last week. He's in big trouble. He is in big, big trouble. All right, let's put a bow on the proceedings. I guess I don't have too much action to get in, but I need to start capping for tomorrow because I'll be on live with you guys tonight. Justin, thank you so much for rocking with us. Justin going over to shoot 2-3 zone over on Tony's picks. Thank you so much for making time for us, my man. And it was great fun capping NFL. I will open up a spreadsheet for you. I already have one for Brizzy for NFL picks on the show that aren't the same as NFL Pub. So let's get this here. AM, I love it. Says Purdy is practicing right now. I'm very curious to see what that's going to do with the line. And thank you for letting us know. It will screw up my team total under, and it'll screw everything up. But wow. I thought he was out 3 to 4 weeks.
How do you say somebody's out 3 to 4 weeks and they're practicing on a Thursday? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, people will lose their mind, man. Now that gambling is legal, you can't do shit like that. But that's important information. So thank you for sending that our way. I am. Thank you, guys. So I'm going to pop our guy Justin's X handle here in the chat. Justin, tell us about where they can find you over on Tony's Picks and what's going on your way, my man.
Yeah, you catch me every day that there's a WNBA game on a 2-3 zone on there with Nazmin Mead Rod and Ron Crawford. And you catch my Twitter, J McKelvey 1387.
Yeah, 1387.
Either one, or mainly I'm here through the chat Monday through Friday. You do 5-hour shows, I'll do them with you. So I'm not hard to find. And other than that, let's have a day. Thanks for having me.
Let's have a day. There he is, our guy, Justin McKelvey. Brizzy, a week off we had the Tuesday Contender Series. Do you have a week off right now, a few days off of fighting, or is there other stuff going on in mixed martial arts?
There's stuff going on in mixed martial arts, but right now the focus is really locking in for the rest of the season here. Get a hold of this before we get away with this. I had a terrible gambling week. I couldn't even, let me read off the exact number. It's astronomical. It's probably one of the worst weeks I had in gambling in about 4 to 5 years. I went 92 and 122 in the last 7 days. I didn't even know I even placed that amount of fucking bets in the last fucking week. So crazy.
That was happening to me until I got here with you guys on Wednesday. I got crushed Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I can't even remember what happened Monday, Tuesday, but I know it wasn't good. And then I got with you guys on Wednesday and changed around. So just being here, Brizzy, I know you're going to change it around. This is the community. These are the guys you want to work with, and we believe in you. Breaking news from TJ. Clayton Kershaw announces retirement after this season.
God bless him.
Yeah, he's been fun to watch. We've been that curveball. I mean, he's been fun to watch. Fun to watch. Brizzy, thank you so much for rocking with us. I popped your X handle on the chat. Please hit that link and support our guy Brizzy. Brizzy, any last words for the guy for supporting the show?
Yeah, make sure you guys are in the area. If you're in the tri-state area, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, who banging sports talk, Pub Sports Radio, collabing down there, AC. I'll be there football Sunday. I don't know if I could rock out 3 to 4 more days in AC after getting fucking Juju Winks hex put on me last week. So I'm gonna be down there Sunday, maybe Saturday night. But I don't think I'm coming down there tonight, this evening. But the gang will be down there. I saw it Snizzle, Dylon already pulling in the AC. Razor Sharp picks down on the way. I mean, this is the best crew that you want to be with, man. I mean, there's a lot of places and a lot of things that you can do with your money. But if you do it with your friends, it's even better.
Oh, I'm jealous and respect. There he is, our guy, Billy of Brisbane. Let's put a bow on the proceedings here on Betting with the Bag here for Thursday, September 18th, and bring back the backbone here of our channel, our guy, Jose Snips Bouquet. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Good. By the way, on top of that, Clayton Kershaw, finals home start tomorrow.
Wow. I like that he didn't tell anybody. I like that. I hate the whole year where it's like the goodbye at every stadium and everybody blowing the guy retiring. I think this is the way to do it. Just stay focused on the task at hand, and right near the end of the season, just announce you're not coming back.
Last home start against the Giants will be fun.
Do you like it that he's done it this way? I respect it. I hate the farewell tour. These assholes. Don't you have enough?
2 of my least favorite athletes have done it, so I mean, I tend to not like it, and I know LeBron James is going to do it, and that'll add a third one. But David Ortiz did it, so
yeah. Look, who doesn't like Big Papi, man? I mean,
I didn't like Kobe's. I didn't like Derek Jeter's. I didn't like Rivera's. I'm not going to like LeBron James's. So yeah, I'm jaded that way. But it's nice to see everyone.
Jose, you've been missed and asked about a lot. Is there any action for you this evening?
No. I'll be betting live with you guys tonight for the Thursday night live stream. It should be a lot of fun. Of course, us betting on these games, you guys know I'll pop in around halftime, so it'll be a lot of fun. And good news for Nasty Nate, I'm planning a haircut tomorrow.
That's tremendous news for Nasty Nate.
Tremendous. It won't be until after the show, though, so you'll get to see this hair one more time, Nate.
And from now on, here on Thursday nights, I'm going to be leaving after halftime, right around the first drive of the third quarter, because I can't prep till 4:30 in the morning and have the kids off at school at 6:30 in the morning. It just destroys me. I need to start prepping earlier, and so I'm going to be leaving 5 minutes into the third quarter, and Jose will be taking care of business there. Let's do a review of action, Jose. Happy birthday to my dude. I gave the birthday pick out. Cincinnati Reds, first 5 minus a half for my dude. Let's review action here. We also had the Pig Milk play of the day. Pig Milk, baby. Pig Milk play of the day from our Billy Friedrich is Rice double result. Oh, man. This is my moment of zen. Yes, Gerald, you can get your Cappers Contest picks in right now. Kong's Clips suggests the birthday pick should be combined with Hunter Green strikeouts plus money parlay. I like that. Oh, that's a great idea, because then you don't need to bet the minus a half, right? Then you could just take the money line just in case Ray does shove. I like that. I think that, because I don't like the minus a halves.
Are you going to bet Josh Hoover over 2.5 touchdowns?
I'm not sure at this point. I might. If I did, I would probably only. I would bet it and probably not like post it and just bet it to hang out with the guys on the stream. I'm not sure. I'll think about that. I still haven't put in any college football action yet, so I need to get hammer it. Nice. TJ says I was live streaming this to a coworker who's just getting into betting. He's a big fan of the Blonde and Pig Milk. Subscriber for life. Oh, that's all you had to say. That's all you had to say. She's bananas, man. She is the trashy bananas. Buy me a drink that I just like so much. The Blonde is fucking bananas, man. Absolutely bananas. And she's now become my favorite, because we know who was the favorite. I think we need to cut Mikey's face off of that one.
You sure?
I'm trying to focus here, and all I can see is a man in the bottom left corner. I need that. It can still say ribeye play today.
That's stigmatism going. You can't focus.
I don't want that face there. There's this great ass, and then there's a man's face. I don't think we need the man's face,
Shout out to Mikey.
Yes, shout out to our friend Mikey Money. But I just, come on, just give me. I just need the yes. That's the man's face. You don't see a man's face with the blonde,
No, so sometimes you do when you look at that video. You look at the two dudes that are just standing there. I just feel like
I didn't know there were dudes in that thing. There's a guy in Pig Milk video.
Yeah, okay, that's I figures.
I've not noticed one time. I swear to God, I've not one time. All I do is I look at how low her pants are hanging. And the jerkiness of the dance. I mean, oh God, she's just
sure.
Some
sure.
Crazy about it.
Naturally, I go to the dudes. You guys know me. You guys know me.
Bobano gave us the Alouettes double result. He gave us Calgary -5, Calgary team total over 30.5, the over 54 at Lions team total over 23.5. I think you guys kind of got the feeling, and I'll solidify it for tomorrow, but I'm going to be on the other side. I am going to, as much as the quarterbacks want to shine, the defenses want to shut down the opposing quarterback enormously. Now, not as much the Lions wanting to shut down VA, but the Stampeders are going to want to shut down Rourke so badly. Maybe they're not capable of it. I can't wait to hit on that longer. Red Blacks money line here for Bobano and the Elks +6. I am coming off my first bad week of the year. That's how consistent I've had some, average weeks or just, losing a little bit of vig, but 3 and 7. I lost $1,000 on that last game. 0-4 on that last game. Hurt badly. And then in college football, Utah in over 57 in Texas Tech, Utah. This is all Bobano. North Texas, Tulane +12.5. Purdue +27.5. Oh, no. Sorry. The Tulane +12.5 is wine time. Bobano's on Tulane +13.5 in the over 61. Wine time and Bobano are both on Purdue, but Bobano's also on the over 53. James Madison -7.5 for Bobano. NC State +3.5 in the over 57 here. Then that can't be right. Is that really the line? Why am I tripping about that line? Let me just pull that line up really quick. And I know we got to put a bow on the show here, but that's not the. Is that can't be right? Let me just move over to this NC State Duke spot and show me the line. Wow, who would have thought that the Wolfpack would be 3.5-point dogs? Nuts. Then for what's left here. In MLB, I'm done. I've put all my action in. So the only game that's left for me is the Reds, is the birthday pick. Reds first 5 -1/2, which means I can focus on tomorrow. I wanted to start capping tomorrow right now. And then Daby Cab gave us Hoover over 2.5 passing touchdowns +124. A fun bet. I'm very interested in the under in Florida Miami Hurricanes, but might just be too blatant. Lou Chase Fox also on Rice money line. He says, I think turnovers by the defense will create points. He's got over 40. And then we had Justin on the Dream Team total over 80.5. I'm going to move on the Dream right now, and it might be a double up spot. And I may actually have fear. I want to bet the Aces, but you have Ron Crawford on the Storm, and I'm going to sit with that a little bit longer. But that is our show for today. Brizzy gave us Cook anytime touchdown. Justin McKelvey gave us Bills team total 30.5 and Cook over 87.5 rush and receiving. Aubrey gave us the Dolphins first quarter +3.5. Jermaine's on Waddle under 53.5 yards. Coleman under 43.5 yards. Just my 2 cents. Play the day number 1. Kincaid anytime touchdown. Play the day number 2. Bills -6.5 and Kincaid 3 or more receptions at +101. I will see you guys this evening. On our live stream. And TJ. Let's get that cash. Thank you for jumping on late. Jose, you were asked about often. You are loved here in our community. Thank you guys for being a part and supporting our show. Swiggy, Jermaine, TJ, Rod Zawacki, Reds Moneyline, Baltimore under 9 is the 10-star play of the day at +200. Thank you, TJ. I believe, was that Helga in the background with her sweet vocals? Right here? No, she's not there. Gerald Jones, AOD, Kong's Clip, Sweet Lou, Joseph Gomez, We Do, The Wager Detective, Mr. Tomatoes, Fat Wally, KV, Smell Good, Nasty Nate. Thank you guys so much. Just my 2 cents. Thank you guys. Slow Jams, Arsenal, RVD 420. Thank you guys, man. Those of you heading to Atlantic City right now, have an absolutely incredible time, and I'm so happy you guys are all hanging out together. I wish I could be there with you guys.
Oh, Pete's allegedly joining us tomorrow from Atlantic City.
Oh, I forgot about that. That'll be dope. That'll be beautiful.
Yeah. We'll be interested to see who he's with, but yes, that'll be fun.
Oh yeah. Jose, can you please thank you for all your hard work, and can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yep, it's gonna be fun tonight, guys. Join us for tonight's live stream. Maybe it'll be a game. Who knows? It'll be a fun second half nonetheless here. So tune in, tap in, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for watching, as always. And let's fucking get together and leche, los bookmakers.